Hello, please enter your 6-digit conference code. Welcome to VAST Conference. You are on hold. Please wait for the host to connect you to the call. Please enter your attendee PIN followed by star. If you do not have your attendee PIN, just press star. Please say your name. Please say your name. Please say your name. The host has connected you to the call. Line muted. Line unmuted.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this Mr. Martinez?
Yes, it is.
We hear you, Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna mute him now.
Mr. Martinez, please remember to mute your phone when you're not speaking, and then unmute when you're ready to speak.
Okay, thank you.
And Chairman Goss won't be able to see if you'd like to speak, so please let him know if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good morning, Vice Chairman Wagner. Sound check for Mr. Wagner.
Yeah, this is Dwayne. I'm doing a test of the sound, not Mr. Wagner.
Okay, thank you, Dwayne. This is another test, okay. Vice Chairman Wagner, sound check.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. As a reminder, please mute your phone until you're ready to speak.
Got it.
And then
Conference recording started.
Good morning, everyone. If you could find your seats. Good morning, everyone. It's November 9th, 2023. I'd like to call the business meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. First on our agenda, as always, is the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Veterans Day in 2 days, and I'd like to ask our retired Colonel Charlotte Roman to lead us in the pledge. If you could all stand and face the flag.
To the flag stands one nation, indivisible.
Well, thanks, Colonel. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all here in Osceola County. Ms. Meads is not going to be able to join us today, and Vice Chair Wagner and Mr. Martinez are both going to be participating by phone. Mr. Wagner and Mr. Martinez, are you both on?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Scott Wagner. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Mr. Wagner? Mr. Martinez?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Here, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. So this meeting is going to be live streamed today. When we hold our board meetings off-site, we don't have the capability for virtual public comment, so the district opened a public comment period for the public and stakeholders to provide written comment in advance of today's meeting. We did not receive any public e-comment, and those who are here in person may comment by filling out a card available at the welcome desk and handing it to the meeting attendant and making sure that our district clerk gets it. Board members, I'm going to ask to make sure your microphone is on. I don't think you have to drag these ones with you because they're pretty sensitive. As a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each topic. Mr. Butler and Ms. Roman, and you guys switched up orders on me because you're normally sitting in different places, so I got to look around for you. Thanks very much. You're both our district representatives, so thanks for hosting us here in Osceola County, and thanks to Osceola County for allowing us to use their incredibly nice facilities for this. And we have a lot of dignitaries and special guests, which I'd like to recognize now. And we're going to start first with some remarks by Congressman Soto, who was unable to make it, but I think he sent some video.
Hello, I'm Congressman Darren Soto, and I want to welcome our South Florida Water Management District to Osceola County, my home county. Gosh, there's so much that we're working on in this Northern Everglades region that we're excited to share with you and work with the state as a partner. In this historic 2022 Water Resource Development Act, we got several key projects into this legislation. One, working on ecosystem restoration and flood control for both Shingle Creek and Kissimmee River. Two, we got in ecosystem restoration and flood control for Big Lake to Hopokalika, including North Lake. And three, we got in eco restoration to Lake Runnymede over in the St. Cloud area. These are all key parts of the Kissimmee chain of lakes, and of course the Kissimmee River that flows, as you all know, down into Lake Okeechobee. We are excited that that was included in WRDA along with the Central and South Florida study to help out with the overall Everglades work that's being done by the Army Corps of Engineers. This is landmark legislation that's going to affect water quality, habitat, recreation, water supply, so many things that we care deeply about. I'm also thrilled to announce that we passed major legislation to study Kissimmee River becoming a wild and scenic river. I know this was a huge priority for our South Florida Water Management District. I appreciate our kayaking trip we had just a few years ago, looking at the status of the restoration, and more recently, the helicopter ride that we did in a bipartisan fashion with Representative Tony Gonzalez to continue to see the amazing work. I couldn't be prouder of the South Florida Water Management District and the Army Corps of Engineers as you work on this critical part of our national treasure, the Everglades. So I wish you the best of deliberations and how you'll work with us on these key projects. We all care deeply about making sure we protect our environment, protect our water systems, and make sure to protect our wildlife and recreation. So welcome to Osceola County. I hope you have a great discussion, and I'm looking forward to continuing our wonderful work together.
Well, thank you very much, Congressman Soto. I'd also like to welcome Leah West, who's Congressman Soto's outreach representative, who's in attendance today with us. And now we'll go to our elected officials who are here, and we've got Vice Chair Grebe. I want to say welcome to you because you're welcoming us, but welcome.
Absolutely, and Tigger welcomes you as well. It is my pleasure to offer you a warm welcome to Osceola County and to our board chambers. It's an honor to host the South Florida Water Management Board of Directors and their staff for this meeting. As you go about your day, I'm certain that Osceola County will be the forefront of your thoughts. And as the headwaters of the Everglades, we serve as a critical link to the system you're responsible for managing. This responsibility, we understand, is very immense and holds great significance for the hundreds of thousands of residents that call Osceola County home. I'd like to express my gratitude as well for your ongoing and exceptional collaboration and cooperation with the county during hurricane events, as well as our preparation for the future. We achieve more by working in tandem, brainstorming collectively, and sharing valuable data. As a reminder, Osceola County has a $14.4 million hazard mitigation grant application under review with the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Your district staff worked closely with us to make sure the permitting effort went very smooth. This is the new outfall from Buenaventura Lakes that will remove 142 homes from flooding. And of course, the county supported the district in its request to add projects to the local mitigation strategy for both Hurricane Nicole and Ian. This allows the district to have more flexibility for Tier 2 funding. The projects were the S59 structure and C31 canal improvements, S59 structure enhancements and pump, and the S61 spillway enhancement and erosion control. We look forward to these projects moving forward. Examples of the district and county working together also include a coordination meeting regarding your floodplain level of service study and using your data within our master surface water management plan. We are also coordinating with the district on the county's resiliency study, where we will share data to enhance the overall system's resilience. The county truly recognizes your dedication, and on behalf, and once again, welcome to Osceola County, and thank you for being such a great partner. I hope things go well for you today.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair Grebe. We'll go next to Osceola County Commissioner Brandon Arrington.
Good afternoon, or I should say good morning, goodness. It's a pleasure hanging out with some of you yesterday, getting to go out on East Lake Toho and ride around and look at some of the great projects you guys have done. And I was telling some folks, I haven't been on that lake probably in 20 or 25 years, and the water quality was unbelievable, the clarity in that water. So thank you for all the work you do to improve our community and move things forward here as well. Just to kind of reiterate some of the great points that Commissioner Grebe had made, we have had a long history of working collaboratively with South Florida Water Management District, and we enjoy that partnership, and we understand we're going to continue to need that partnership to move our community forward. As you are probably well aware, we are one of the fastest growing communities in all of the nation. We doubled in went 50% increase in population in the last 10 years, and we'll probably see once again another 50% increase in our population over the next 10 years. When you look at growth in Central Florida, Osceola County is the community that has the available land and resources to be able to grow, with Seminole and Orange County being limited by their opportunities. But even with that being said, we've got over 2/3 of our community set away outside of our urban growth boundary, limited to 1 unit per 5 acres of development, so we can preserve our water capacity and also our ag opportunities as well. I want to talk to you real quick about 2 different opportunities that we have here in Osceola County that I want to put on your radar, and then also ask for your help on the second one. You should all have in front of you a form about North Lake Toho Vegetation Reduction Project. We are putting in a request this year to the legislative delegation. Wanted to put it on your radar as well, hopefully trying to do some of the great work you did in East Lake over here to North Lake Toho as well. If you get an opportunity to drive by there, you can see it is totally densely covered with probably non-invasive plant species that are not conducive to animal life and reproductive opportunities there in that as well. So any help you all can provide on that opportunity would be greatly appreciated. And now I'm going to shift a little bit. I'm also the vice chairman of Central Florida Expressway Authority, and probably will be the chair come January. And I'm here today to come to apologize to you all on behalf of CFX and Osceola County. And I say that to you as a board, but also to your staff. I think we have not been good collaborative partners on trying to get our Poinciana Parkway extension and widening permitted. And that is a struggle for our community, because here again, we are working with the fastest growing community in the state of Florida, working to try and fix the worst commute in the state of Florida. And so that's why we're here today. I had some lovely conversations with some of your staff last night, and Drew and I even had an opportunity to chat, and we're going to be getting the important players in the room to try and come to a good consensus agreement to move this road forward, because it is imperative. As you all know, our governor has just came out with a plan to invest $3 billion through Osceola County with the expansion of I-4. But also one of the important parts of that expansion of I-4 is the connection to Poinciana Parkway and 429. This is a major interchange that will take about $1 billion worth of construction, which is a major priority not of Osceola County, of CFX, but also our governor as well. And so we want to make sure that we can work with you to get the linchpin, which is Poinciana Parkway extension and expansion, permitted to move forward, because we want to make sure when the governor comes to spend that money here in Osceola County, we are set up in a place to be able to move his projects and our projects forward, but yet working collaborative with you and our other partners as well. I'm here for any questions you might have. If not, I look forward to working with your staff to come to a reasonable outcome to get that opportunity permitted to move it forward.
Great. Thanks very much, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you so much.
Is Commissioner Ricky Booth still around? Oh, there you are. Ricky, would you like to say something? Or Commissioner Booth?
I didn't plan to speak, but I'll just be brief. Thank you all for coming to Osceola County. We're glad to have you here today. I represent most of that ag side that Commissioner Arrington was speaking about. And I know Mr. Butler is in our business as well. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for the work that you do. And I've said it so many times over the past year, but I'll say it again since you all are sitting here. Your staff back during Hurricane Ian was fantastic to work with. And if it wasn't for them, and I was on the phone with Ben a ton, he knows, it took a collaborative effort between Orange County, the South Florida Water Management District, and our leadership team as well, to save about 15,000 homes. We were right on the brink. So I want to applaud them and all the work that they did. So with that, thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. We'll go now to Kissimmee Mayor Olga Gonzalez.
Good morning, I'm Mayor Olga Gonzalez. It's an honor to stand before you and share the story of resilience and partnership between the City of Kissimmee and South Florida Water Management District in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian was a 500-year flood event that swept across the state of Florida, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Communities all over the state were affected, and the City of Kissimmee was no exception. Our residents face unimaginable challenges with floodwaters impacting their homes and livelihoods. In the wake of the storm, we knew that quick and decisive action was needed to protect the community and prevent further damage. That's when our partnership with South Florida Management District team became absolutely crucial. From the very beginning, we engaged in daily conference calls and in-person meetings, and we knew we were there to work together. South Florida Management District provided us with invaluable data insights that allowed us to make informed decisions swiftly. We motivated water levels, flow rates, and weather forecasts diligently, ensuring that our response was grounded in the most up-to-date information available. This collaboration allowed us to strategize effectively and take action in a way that would minimize the impact of the floodwaters of our city. Additionally, with the assistance of South Florida Water Management District, we were able to acquire an emergency pump permit. This permit proved to be a lifeline for our community, as it enabled us to deploy critical pumping resources to manage floodwaters effectively. This step not only helped protect our residents, but also ensured that more homes were not affected by rising waters. In the face of adversity, the City of Kissimmee and the South Florida Water Management District joined forces, demonstrating the power of collaboration in times of crisis. Our partnership allowed us to navigate the challenges posed by Hurricane Ian and to respond with the agility and resilience our community deserved. As we reflect on our journey, we recognize that lessons learned from this experience have strengthened our commitment to preparedness and cooperation. While we cannot control the forces of nature, we can control how we respond to them. And by working together, we have shown that we can overcome even the most formidable challenges. Ian's hurricane was a learning session for me. I believe in every day learning something new. And when Ian came, I learned how South Water Management works. They should give me a certificate for engineering, so much that I learned in the time I was there at all times because I wanted to learn. And I thank you very much, and I welcome you to our county, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome to the club. We'll now go to Orange County Commissioner Uribe.
Good morning, board and staff. I got to tell you, my heart goes out to staff because you guys really are the glue that keeps it together. I have the pleasure of being also a member of the East Central Regional Planning, and we have a wonderful opportunity and relationship with both South Florida and the St. Johns, which is critical when it comes to Orange County. Although I'm a little bit south of Orange County and hailed this morning all the way in transportation, but that's another meeting. This team the information, the impact. I know that there are individuals from our county and upper management that are here to participate, but the way that the knowledge is kept, and I think as board members, we always realize you guys make decisions, you try to lead, but it's really the staff that gets all the information disseminated and keeps us up to par. And it really is a special thank you to all the staff for what we went through with Hurricane Ian. I had the pleasure of also having the Conway Lake of Chains that, we start hitting South Florida, we have St. John's, we're all interconnected, and we're making decisions that affect our partners in Osceola County. So to me, it's an honor that you guys get to get out and become part of the region, which we're so proud to work with Seminole and Osceola County, but more importantly, that we continue to keep these strong communications, information, education, and on our East Central Regional, your representatives, we get to talk right at the storefront. So tell me where we pay our dues to become members of the club, because it's been fantastic, and I look forward to us continuing to grow. Water is going to be so essential in how we stream and where we go, and it's great to know that we have such a strong team that's going to help us hail that as we keep challenging forward. So thank you. Heard you guys had a great night, and hopefully it will be a productive day. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your comments, and thanks for being here. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to speak?
Sorry if I have the opportunity to be on the other side of the dais. I got to sit with the team over there. We have such an incredible group here today, but even more importantly, day in and day out from Orange County and our departments. And of course, they collaborate so closely with the Water Management District. And so I am really honored to be here today speaking on behalf of our incredible Orange County departments, including environmental protection, public works, and utilities. The collaborative efforts between Orange County and the South Florida Water Management District have really been critical, serving the current needs of our residents and the essential in planning into the future. I really wanted to make sure we were highlighting some of the things that that show off that collaborative effort and the goals. And number one, I would say I want to thank you all so much for the guidance provided in the development and implementation of our alternative water supply projects, in particular the 30 million gallons per day in the Cypress Lake Alternative Water Supply project and the construction of the associated infrastructure. Orange County Utilities, EPD, Public Works were all so committed to conserving Florida's precious water resources in partnership with the district. And through our commercial and wastewater neighborhood programs, such as retrofits, smart irrigation, and all of the things we're doing in our new construction permitting and water conservation efforts, it feels like a collaborative effort every step of the way. We also so appreciate the executive director's support of the innovative initiatives like the Integrated Water Resource Solutions for Olo Vista community. I think anybody that tuned in after Hurricane Ian, they saw the tragedy that was happening there, and what a collaborative effort to really make headway in trying to provide relief for that community, which addresses both flood control and water supply. It is a comprehensive approach, which is exactly what we need right now. And that vision is making a difference in our communities every day. Looking forward, well, actually, I'm going to stay back just a little bit. We also had in my district, the residents of Big Sand Lake who continue to thank and appreciate the efforts and collaboration that happened with the South Florida Water Management District in Orange County. Looking into the future and these partnerships and ongoing important collaborations, we wanted to make sure to highlight that South Florida Water Management District and Orange County are continuing to work together in the Shingle Creek area for mitigation and for acquisition. And we are also working closely in updating our conservation, wetland conservation areas, which is something that we're really excited to do. The efforts that we make together right now not just help mitigate during these storm seasons and during the crisis, but what it does is it looks towards the future in understanding that our residents are so affected by everything we do when it comes to our waterways. And that means the water they're drinking, the water they're recreating in, and the water right behind their houses. So those efforts, Orange County, Osceola County, thank you so much for having us here today and for your work with us. Thank you to our amazing departments, and thank you for all of the collaborative efforts. We look forward to many more days of those.
No, thanks, Commissioner Wilson. We also have St. Cloud City Council member Lynette Matheny. I don't know if you want to speak or not, but I want to recognize you if you're here. Okay, thank you. Well, welcome and thanks for your hospitality. Drew, we're going to go to employee recognitions now, and I can ask the board members to join me down in front of the dais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I want to thank all the local officials and everything for all your kind words. We absolutely value partnership here, and we can only get it done better together. So thank you very much for all your kind words. Now for some more kind words for some employees at the South Florida Water Management District. What we do each month, is we recognize an employee and a team as their Employee of the Month. And this year's November 2023 Employee of the Month is Andrew Corrado. He is an engineering specialist at the Orlando Service Center in the Regulatory Division. So Andrew joined us in 2021 and immediately jumped in with both feet in our environmental resource permitting program, where he oversees the implementation of the permits and the compliance of the permits. And Andrew is not afraid of work. He's got a lot of it. His responsibility covers about 300 square miles centrally around Orange County, where he has about 930 permits that he oversees their implementation and compliance. Now, if you think that's too many for him, Andrew has already done 580 inspections this year, so he gets the job done. But that's not why we're recognizing him as Employee of the Month. In August up here, we had a lot of rain. And there was one site that was in Orange County, and it was full of water, and the construction site was worried about flooding, and they wanted to discharge the water to get it off their site. The problem was the water was very dirty. It was muddy, dirty, very highly turbid. And so it would have caused impacts in the creek downstream and the lakes downstream. So Andrew said, we got to come up with a better solution. So he got in there and he worked with them. He helped them add more BMPs. He helped them with water management such that they did not discharge this dirty water. They also avoided flooding, and they were able to get it down to a level where they could move that rainwater off-site, complying with the turbidity standards and protecting the downstream waters. So it was his ingenuity, his knowledge, and his ability to work with people that really saved the day up there on that site. So that is why he is our November Employee of the Month. Andrew, come on up. Thanks. We did the pictures already. I remember those days, and I was like, Andrew, do something. And he did. So our November 2023 Team of the Month is our St. Cloud Field Station Canal Levee Team. And that consists of Kimberly LaMorand, William Moore, Edwin Rentas, John Thornton, Nathaniel Tyler, and Matthew Wilson. So we have a recreational area up here called Rolling Meadows. And in order to use that recreational area, there is a common road that you can go in and out of that recreational area. But we started getting complaints about that road, and it turns out that it had been washed out. It was full of potholes. It was very difficult to navigate, and you would need a very significant vehicle to get down that road. Well, it was the wet season. We're like, let's get this fixed because people want to use this. It's a beautiful area. We need to get it done. So this team mobilized to get it done with a very tight time frame. And Rolling Meadows is about 3 hours from the St. Cloud Field Station. And so each day they had to commute, drive 3 hours, do the work, go home for 3 hours. And so it was a big job to begin with a very tight time frame. And then it rained. It rained like crazy in August. Some of the road went underwater. It became very difficult working conditions. With any fixing construction project, you already have your challenges with equipment and time frames and supplies and those types of things. But they persevered and they worked on the job. They worked in inclement weather. They worked lots of overtime because of that long drive and the time frame they were in. And they got it done, my two favorite words, on time. And that is a testament to them. So Now you can go to Rolling Meadows, you can take your vehicle, you don't have the challenges on that road, and we really value our recreational lands, and we really value the field stations that make them accessible, and that is why they are our November Team of the Month. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's our recognitions.
Thanks, Drew, for that very much, and thanks to our employees. As always, incredibly impressive and not surprising. We'll go to agenda revisions now. Molly, are there any revisions to the agenda?
There were none, Mr. Chairman.
Great, and now we'll do a polling of the board for abstentions, and we'll start with Mr. Butler on my right.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I have none.
I have none, Mr. Steinle.
I have none.
Mr. Bergeron.
I have none.
Vice Chair Wagner.
None.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
None.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to the Big Cypress Basin Board report with Big Cypress Basin Chair Colonel Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Big Cypress Basin Board met on October 27th. We started our meeting by recognizing Wilson Mako Touche for his 32 years of service. Over his distinguished career, he performed critical work providing flood protection and land management services to preserve natural areas. Our basin administrator, Lisa Keeler, outlined top priorities for fiscal year 2024. These projects improve resiliency, flood control, environmental restoration, and land management. Additionally, the board approved the 2024 Big Cypress Basin Board meeting schedule. Dr. Sean Clem from Florida's Audubon Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary provided an overview of their willow removal project. To date, with the basin's support, they have removed approximately 600 acres of willow and are seeing successes with this project. Wading birds are returning to the areas that were previously inaccessible due to the thick overgrowth, and prescribed fire is now being introduced to manage these lands. Next, Chad Washburn, Vice President of Conservation at the Naples Botanical Garden, presented a summary of the Canal Bank study. The objective of this project was to determine low-growing native vegetation to plant on canal banks, which would reduce long-term mowing costs. We expect a presentation on the next steps at our February meeting. Steve Baisden, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, provided an update on the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, which he said was ahead of schedule. I'd like to emphasize that. Mr. Baisden said the Picayune Strand is ahead of schedule. The final pump station is scheduled to come online in summer of 2024, followed by full road removal by early 2025, which will complete the project. Akina Wosina and Kim Fulkowski gave an overview of the Corkscrew Comprehensive Hydrologic Modeling and Restoration Initiative. The basin will be kicking off a 3-year study to explore projects that will restore historic hydrology in Corkscrew. We closed out our meeting with technical and staff reports, and I would like to highlight that even though there was plenty of rain on the East Coast this summer, there is a rainfall deficit of 16.4 inches in the basin. The Big Cypress Basin is unique in the district as we receive over 80% of our annual rainfall in the wet season. This is in stark contrast to portions of the East Coast and Kissimmee Valley, where the wet-dry season is more equally split, 60 wet and 40 dry season. The next Basin Board meeting is February 23rd in the new year. And that concludes my report, Mr. Chair, and subject to your questions.
Thanks very much. Does anyone have any comments or questions? My only comment is thank you, and thank your board. We'll go now to the approval of the minutes of the October 12th, 2023 meeting. Does anyone have any changes to those minutes? Hearing none, could I have a motion?
I'll move to approve, Mr. Chair.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
And Roman?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll go to the Executive Director's report. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I would spend this month's Executive Director's report really talking about our activities in Osceola County, and in particular sort of reflect on what we went through with Hurricane Ian. Before I start, yesterday we got to visit East Lake Toho, which was kind of one of the epicenters of the issues of Hurricane Ian. And when I was up here for Hurricane Ian, I got to see East Lake Toho flooded, right? Yesterday, we got to see the riparian area of East Lake Toho and the work that the staff at the South Florida Water Management have been doing to maintain that. What a beautiful lake. What a beautiful lake. We got to go through the riparian areas on an airboat and saw all the wildlife that really uses that lake, the herons, the ducks, the snail kites, just an incredible, beautiful area. And so it was a real pleasure for me to see that and to see the work that staff's been doing to make that work. So let's talk about, just as a background, the South Florida Water Management District was formed as a flood control district, and that's what we did during Hurricane Ian. The map on the left was the original design, and you can see there's investments up in this area in Osceola County and Orange County for flood control purposes. Right now, our mission has evolved into an ecosystem restoration mission as well, because we saw the impacts of the flood control system to our ecosystems, and now we're working on our unprecedented effort to restore a lot of our ecosystems in South Florida. Particularly up in this area is the flood control system is benefited by gravity, right? And so you have each of these lakes before the flood control system would basically, with rainfall, expand and contract, fill and expand and contract. Well, with the reclamation efforts, we installed canals between the lakes with structures so that we could manage water levels in those lakes, reclaim the land, use them for our purposes. And that's the flood control system we use today. No pumps, only just gravity structures. You will see our use of pumps later. We also have a lot of restoration efforts. We have our own district lands like Gardner Cobb, Rolling Meadows, Rough Island, like I mentioned before, where we have purchased wetlands for preservation purposes, and you can also go out and recreate in those areas. The yellow area, Gardner Cobb, between Cypress Lake and Lake Kissimmee, that is basically turned into a slough after Hurricane Ian, where Cypress Lake filled up, went over the southern lip, and just sheet flowed down to Lake Kissimmee. Pretty impressive slough during that time frame. But we also have private partnerships with landowners in the area to do water management on their land. Eagle Haven Ranch, Perrin Family Ranch, and Rolling Meadows Parcel B are being implemented now to basically hold water back onto their lands, let it interact with the environment, let it seep in, instead of shunting it into our natural ecosystems to better protect our ecosystems. We also have El Maximo under construction, which should come online next year, which will also pull water from Kissimmee and treat it and then hold it, to protect our natural resources. So we have investments and partnerships in this county for the betterment of our ecosystems. And most recently, we've been doing, it was mentioned earlier, great partnership work with Osceola County on their local mitigation strategy post-Hurricane Ian. And this involves a number of learning a number of investments that we can make to better adapt to flood control situations in this area, expanding canal capacity and setting it up to where we can easily mobilize pumps to move water where it needs to go. I'll get into this a little bit later. Let's talk about Hurricane Ian. And this is, we'd have forecasting now so we could see it coming, but this was basically the trajectory of Hurricane Ian. And it got through and really, it unloaded a bunch of rain in this area. As it was coming at the South Florida Water Management District, we have been through this most recently in Irma as far as high rain events. And so we knew how to, we of course knew before, but we prepared before the hurricane hit by getting our pumps loaded on the trucks so that they could move quickly into the area. And then the rain hit. And these are the 3 days of rain. When you see red and purple, that's a lot of rain. And so this is the rainfall that fell during Hurricane Ian day by day, and this was the cumulative rainfall amount. And you can see in this area, you're up to 15 inches of rain that all needed to go and traverse into the lakes up here in the Upper Kissimmee chain. I also wanted to take a moment on this slide to point out the rainfall that happened across the district, because it had wide bands in this district. So we were doing flood control operations across the district to address Hurricane Ian's rainfall. One of the areas I wanted to point out is to the east of the lake. Oh yes, I can draw here. Over here, this basin here. Look at me, I'm so skilled. That is the C-44 basin, and we got a lot of rainfall there, but we have new infrastructure there, right? We had the C-44 reservoir, okay? And so as soon as the rainfall, the tropical storm force winds dissipated, we were able to deploy staff to that pump station. The reservoir is in testing right now, but we can still use it. And so they turned the pumps on to pull that water instead of shunting all that water into St. Lucie estuary. Because of that, the S80 discharges out of that basin were at a damaging level only for 2 days, right? We needed to do flood control operations for 14 days, but because of those pumps, it made a difference for the estuary downstream. A quick aside. Thank you. So basically, the rain fell, and we saw the impacts immediately. Oh, look, my scribble's still on there. And so obviously we immediately started deploying, opening the gates, flowing the waters, mobilizing the pumps you saw staged so we could get out there. And because we had been through this before, we knew the rain was coming towards the lakes and the lakes were going to fill. And so we got those pumps mobilized right away. That was East Lake Toho. This is coming out of Alligator Lake, I believe. So there was a lot of pumps that initially got deployed, but that was just the beginning. The Kissimmee Lakes, the Upper Kissimmee chain, this is basically lakes Mary Jane, Hart, and AJ. And around those lakes, you had what you see there on the bottom center graph is the month of October, right? And you saw it go above the schedule, about 4 feet above the schedule for about a month. And you can see the effects of that increased water level around the area. And so that increase had to be addressed. And so the crews, basically, we told the crews, you're not going to demobilize until all the pumps are up and running. And so they worked day and night to get these pumps out there to start managing the water in this situation. This pump after pump deployed, trying to get these floodwaters under control. To basically, we had the modelers out there doing models. You could see the trajectory of these lakes, and we knew we had to try to limit the peak of that flood by getting these waters out. There were a lot of partners involved. Spent a lot of time up here in Osceola County to really communicate, talk to folks, make plans. And I really wanted to highlight some of the folks which is a lot, that we got to know very well during Ian. to get the job done. And starting with Osceola County, Manager Don Fisher and the Assistant Manager Tawny O'Lory, who were there, on the phone constantly figuring out how to address this situation. We had Bill Linton with the emergency manager, and then from staff, we had Beth Knight and Lynette Metheny. And it was a lot of conversations, a lot of information. We had our modelers doing projections on these lakes so that we could inform the communities of what we would expect in the near future, in the coming days during the time event. From the city of Kissimmee, we had Manager Mike Steigerwald, and Assistant Manager Austin Blake. From the city of St. Cloud, we had Veronica Miller, the Public Works Director, Kevin Felblinger. And then we had elected partners, of course, Fred Hawkins, Commissioner Ricky Booth, and then Orange County Commissioner Maribel Cordero, who were on the phone constantly with constituents from this area who were calling them, and we were helping them manage those conversations. And then, of course, we had the FEMA administrator come down, Deanne Criswell, and then we had absolutely our partners in the Army Corps of Engineers. Usually we're talking about Colonel Booth, but during this event, they brought Colonel Cullen Jones over from New Orleans, who's the local commander over there. And then the staff of Dr. Rich Varuso and Michael Creeley were there on hand helping deploy Corps of Engineers pumps alongside South Florida Water Management District pumps. I also got to work with Kevin Tebow. He used to be DOT secretary. Now he runs the Orlando Airport. And so they had flood control operations they were doing. And then we had from Orlando Utilities, Terry Weaver, who was very, very helpful going outside of her job and helping with communications among the communities. It goes without saying that Lisa Prather and Libby Pigman spent a lot of time up here working with homeowners. Let me see, I might have a slide on that one. No. Yeah, working with the homeowners associations and the county commissioners to make sure that everybody knew what was going on 24/7. Because we had to fight these floodwaters, and our efforts did not stop, whether it was day or night. And so this is ultimately what got deployed, and everyone got familiar with this map on the right so that everyone can understand what was happening in this area. So you have basically pumps getting deployed everywhere. You see Alligator Lake right here. That usually flows north up to Lake Mary Jane and Lake Hart, and then back south through East Lake Toho. And what we needed to do was reverse that flow. We needed to close Lake Myrtle from getting into Lake Mary Jane and then send that water to the southern direction. That is why you have all these pumps here deployed at that one structure. And that was necessary to reverse that flow. And then, of course, we had the pinch point at East Lake Toho down here, where we needed to get water out of East Lake Toho. And that's where we deployed a lot of additional pumps to move that water. And then we had Corps of Engineer pumps, you had South Florida Water Management District pumps. And then right on the southern ridge of East Lake Toho, right in here, you had Army Corps of Engineers pumps trying to manage that lake to prevent it from doing what Lake Cypress did, which was come over the lip and flow down the natural slough that would have been there that is now St. Cloud. And so when you hear the remarkable numbers of 12,000 homes being saved, it is that condition right there we were managing, preventing that lake from flowing over a southern lip and through St. Cloud. So that was the amount of efforts. When we talked about those mitigation strategy projects, it is basically this conveyance system here to free that up, get more conveyance out from Lake Hart down to West Lake, and then reformulate this structure here into one where you can deploy pumps easily, because it was crowded at that structure, but deploy pumps easily there to move the water south when you need to. And then we needed to reinforce the lock system at the southern end of Lake Toho, because we end up opening the locks and using that for flood control, which actually does cause damage to that structure. So it was a lot of work deployed quickly to try to fix the situation. And of course, I talked about Libby and Lisa and all the work that we did to try to keep everybody informed on what was going on, what to expect, and during this whole event. And this is how it happened. So we saw, this is East Lake Toho. You saw the waters rise, and then you saw the peak cut off at 61. We had model projections that had it higher than that, so the pumps and the efforts to reverse flow absolutely worked, and that's how we were able to save those communities and those homes from greater disaster. And then as Chauncey, of course, unfortunately, Chairman Goss was hit in Lee County, so he was living in Vero at the time, and then you had Hurricane Nicole.
No correlation.
hit Chairman Goss in Vero. So anyway, very proud of the staff. Finally, hurricane season came to an end on November 30th. We deployed to that's our emergency operations center. We deployed twice there. The second time wasn't as enthusiastic as the first, but thank goodness it didn't hit us as hard. But it was a great collaborative effort with a lot of work done by staff, by the local governments, by everybody involved. I do want to highlight one person sitting in this picture, Stephen Collins, sitting right there, ready to respond. I want to let you know that he did retire on October 15th. We had a nice gathering. He was just such a wonderful person to be around. Really got the job done, had a wonderful way of interacting with people. He was there renegotiating the license for the Loxahatchee Refuge to help better control the exotics that we're seeing there. He was there to acquire the 18,000 acres of the Cantor property to prevent oil and gas drilling in the Everglades. He was there for the Green Heart of the Everglades acquisition for the Panther. And he was there to make sure we purchased all the remaining lands we needed to build all of our reservoirs in the IRL South, the C23-24 South Reservoir and the C25 Reservoir. So I wanted to recognize Stephen before I wrap up. The last thing I'll mention is we're going to take a different approach on conditions reports this time around. You normally see John come up, give his, and Lawrence come up and give his, and they end up going through the system north to south twice. And so the way we're going to do it this time around is we're going to do the north part of the system. Both of them will present, so you can ask the questions to both of them about the same part of the system while they're both there, and then make their way south. So it may be a little clunky because it's the first time trying it, but I think I would like to try to do a conditions report where we focus on geographic areas with all their information simultaneously. So that's what I have for you today, Mr. Goss, and I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I guess my only comment is thank you and staff for the incredible work you did up here. It was an incredibly trying time, and the irony is, my community got wiped out by storm surge, and then this area got just crushed by rainfall. So I guess it's not ironic, but it shows how fickle these things are and how difficult they can be.
I have one thing, Mr.
Bergeron.
It just shows you, which I know all of the board members, and how professional our staff is to address such a catastrophic event. Safety and welfare to the general public, and just totally amazing. And we as board members are very blessed to have such great staff, employees that take pride in themselves and working 24 hours a day to keep people safe in South Florida. So I just want to compliment all of you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Couldn't agree more. We'll go now to a general public comment. In our first public comment period, if you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items. Public comment for consent items is item 13 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion items will be heard after each presentation. The public had an opportunity to provide written comments prior to this meeting. We did not receive any e-comment, and we'll see if there's any general public comment. Molly?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Michelle Arquette Palermo, followed by Scott Hunt.
Good morning. Michelle Arquette Palermo with the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. I would like to thank the district for their continued commitment to Everglades restoration. However, as we draw closer to the completion, it seems ahead of schedule, for Picayune Strand, our concern about the lack of water quality feature grows. We appreciate the district's hard work in obtaining the feasibility study to present various solutions. However, it is time for the next step, and we urge the DEP and South Florida Water Management District to formally adopt a water quality treatment strategy to address the existing and future impacts of nutrient pollution in the downstream OFW. The state of Florida, through Governor DeSantis' executive orders 1912 and 2306, has recognized the critical importance of our water resources to the state's environment, economy, and quality of life. Addressing the pollution at the source is critical, and the Conservancy would like to better understand the strategy the district has in play so we can weigh in on the best solution for addressing water quality. We agree that there is no easy or perfect solution in this case. Our staff is evaluating the potential locations within the study area that might be useful for a public-private partnership moving forward. We bring this issue to your attention in the hope that additional information can be made available for a plan that ensures an effective solution is designed to protect our water, land, and wildlife. I would also like to express our strong support of the Western Everglades Restoration Project, or WERP, as an important component of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. WERP is intended to restore hydrology in the Western Everglades, including Big Cypress Natural Preserve, address poor water quality caused by high nutrient loading, and reduce the severity and frequency of wildfire incidences. We appreciate your partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers working towards a plan that delivers ecosystem benefits to the Western Everglades. We look forward to reviewing the final plan, documents that are due out shortly, particularly as they relate to water quality as an essential component of overall ecosystem health. I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today, and we look forward to continuing to work together as we pursue our shared goal of the restoration of America's Everglades. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle Arquette Palermo. Next, we'll hear from Scott Hunt.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It was an impressive presentation by Mr. Bartlett and all the effort to try to keep people dry and safe. So kudos to all the water management people that made that happen. I had the opportunity to attend a LOCAR NEPA meeting in Okeechobee last month, and I know you're all familiar with this. I'm sure you've probably heard this many times, but if there's some way to encourage to work with the federal partners, I know that's a federal project, to try and co-locate STAs with a storage facility. I think it would have some tremendous efficiencies, being able to feed the STAs without, with the existing pump or the existing storage facility. And then another benefit, it would only affect one community instead of two. And then last, I would say, you have much land. I know some of it's protected up in the northwest Okeechobee in the prairie, but we invite you to try and find a way to build a facility where you can store it and treat it in the northwest corner of Okeechobee. I think you all know I'm concerned about the bird hazard on the Lower Kissimmee STA that's been planned. I understand EIP has a bird study. I haven't seen it yet. I'm looking forward to seeing it, but I understand there's concerns, or it mentions existing birds. Well, there's birds all over Florida, and this would dramatically increase the number of birds that are in our area. It would be like saying, well, we already have an existing phosphorus problem, so why not load up some land in sensitive areas with more cows, more fertilizer. But anyway, we look forward to getting a copy of that and understanding it better. And I would point out the FAA has already recommended against locating it within the 5-mile range. FDOT's policy mirrors the FAA's guidelines. Avon Park Air Force Range has recommended locating it away from its current location due to the low altitude training routes that they use. And Okeechobee's own land development regulations, which were required to be passed by Florida statute, recommend against having a structure that would cause a hazard to air navigation. And then last, I've been better trying to understand the flooding concerns. Our community is deeply concerned. I don't have a whole lot of background or knowledge on it, but I was trying to figure all this out, and then I stumbled on your website on the Las Palmas project, an 8.5 square mile area. And so it shed a lot of insight, and that's what we're concerned about. I know the terrain is different there than it is here, but that's what we're trying to avoid, a situation like that. And as far as we can tell, I know you're looking into it now, but it doesn't appear that the contractor had any intention to go there or even discuss or
Please
look
wrap
into
up
the
your
bird
comments,
hazard.
Mr. Hun.
Thank you. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and I think the county is coming next month, and thank you for giving that opportunity to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hun. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comments.
Thanks. Thank you for your comments. We'll go to board comment now. I'll start with Vice Chair Wagner.
I have no comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Martinez.
I have no comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Bergeron.
I always have a comment. First of all, as a proud dad, I'd like to recognize my daughter, Vice President of the Bergeron Everglades Foundation, future generation of making sure that we have a quality of life in Florida. Then I'd like to thank all of the elected officials that were here today in Osceola County and thank them for their service. This is a very beautiful part of our state. And, most of our meetings are in South Florida and some on the West Coast and down towards the Keys. But it actually brings to focus how large this district is. 16 counties, approaching 10 million people. And this drainage district is really probably one of the largest, if not the largest, drainage district in the world. And so important to future generations. And, Florida's a balance. Extremely important that we have jobs and economical growth in the American dream and affordable house for future generations. And at the same time, providing a quality of life and the responsibility we have and all of our employees of our environment, our surroundings, to have drinking water, which is the most important resource on the planet. And I just want to say I'm so honored to sit with my fellow board members. What an undertaking. And it goes back to what we've always said at every board meeting. Our staff is just amazing to take on all of this. So as we move forward with the responsibility of Everglades restoration, the largest environmental restoration probably in the history of the world, it's quite an honor for me too. And like I've said in the past, if we can send someone to the moon in a rocket ship, we ought to be able to save our planet. And I still believe that. Also, We have a little history here, our family, rodeoing professionally. We have been to this Silver Spurs rodeo probably for 2 decades, and so I feel at home here in Osceola County. Grew up with a lot of these families that's been here for over a century, and what a beautiful part of our state. And you know, starting at Boggy Creek, the headwaters, and water flowing south through the Kissimmee River floodplains into Lake Okeechobee, the heart of the Everglades, and southbound through the Central Everglades into Everglades National Park in Florida Bay. As we continue to go forward, that is the future for our quality of life in Florida, for us to achieve all these challenges that we're all dealing with. And I cannot tell you enough how excited I am with the leadership and vision of our governor and our legislators, and the opportunities we have to continue this momentum into the future. So I'll end it with saying, long live the Everglades. And 16 counties, 10 million people, and making sure that our natural resources are protected for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle.
For those of you who can't see, Ron has a knife on top of his hat, so if I speak too long, just don't jab me with it.
Jab you a little bit.
I have two comments, one financial and one sort of policy. We've spoken, and I think I've updated the board on some of the procedures that the accounting and finance department is taking with regards to the interest rate environment. And as everybody knows, the district, just by policy, has a very low-risk investment policy. Obviously, we have to meet obligations in projects and operations, and they've been doing a great job since we've come out of, you know, what seems now like ages ago, a incredibly low interest rate environment where we've been, you know, our income off of our investment policy has been low. As rates have increased, they've done a great job sort of capturing that potential income that we can get. And part of that, as we've discussed, is holding a lot of cash, which might have been in a low yielding account, into a money market, still very accessible intraday. With nobody knows when or what, but I think there's higher confidence today than there was maybe a month, even 2 months ago, on where rate policy will go. So I just wanted to sort of table with the board or ask the board to, if they have any issues with a recommendation that staff look into potentially, as more ad valorem receipts come in, potentially taking advantage of this higher interest rate opportunity we have on some 3 and 5 years. The yield curve has come up a bit, and instead of keeping as much money in the money market, start deploying as funds come in to what may be, we don't know, but what may be a higher level of interest rate than we'll be able to have from our bonds in the future. So just a comment, I think staff has been doing a great job in terms of managing cash flow to enhance yield and also to pay bills, because we have more and more of them with all the accomplishments that we're making. But just a comment to the board on that. And obviously we can discuss it further, and there'll be audit and finance committee meetings. But I always hate to suggest timing the market, but it's probably an opportune time to take advantage of higher rates. My second comment is more policy, and I have to sort of do a mea culpa. We had a lot of comments last month in terms of policy with regard to WCA 3A and moving water and the constraints that the Endangered Species Act sort of has on our movement of water. And my response to probably dozens of folks that called in was, this isn't the right forum. The right forum is probably a federal agency that oversees the the Endangered Species Act. I want to sort of say that was, I'm happy to say that I was proven wrong. And what I was reminded was, while we don't control certain policy, we have certain great influence over potential changes that can be made. So I want to thank staff, and I want to thank in particular the stakeholders who called in for reminding me that we can, make our point to other partners in government about how we can move water more efficiently without getting into, what the actual sort of blockage is. We and staff, and I'm sure somebody will talk about this, but these deviations that we can ask for, while they take time to affect, can cause more awareness from all of the relevant bodies. So I think that's what was accomplished. I'm glad to see that just the natural weather conditions are moving levels down to support tree islands, to support fur-bearing animals. But I just was really impressed about the comments and how that influenced sort of the actions that we could take, and reminded me that we could take on behalf of our mandate. I think that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I say something very briefly? But
sure. Thank you, Mr. Stanley.
I'm going to be bringing this up in the water condition area. I totally agree with you, and so we can be transparent with what's really going on and why these gates were being shut since 1993, and the purpose and where we're at today. When we get into John's report, I'll be able to update my fellow board members and the public on proceeding forward with different conditions. That working with our federal partners, we're getting some very good progress to make sure this doesn't continue to happen. So we'll get a good update.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to be back in Osceola County. It seems like yesterday when I first traveled here to meet with Vice Chair Grebe and the Public Works Department and the Natural Resources Department, and it was soon after I was appointed to the governing board, so it was one of my first site visits that I had as a board member, and it was really great to see what was going on in this county and to see the beginnings of Neo City and see all the great things that you are doing, and to be back and to see how much progress has been made is just incredible. So I just hope that you'll continue to be that collaborative body to work together and to move this community forward, because it really is impressive to me, especially many of the land development policies that you have in effect to make the area look so green and to protect the historic side of this town of Kissimmee as well. So that's great. And I want to thank whoever arranged the airboat tour yesterday. It was great to be out on East Lake Toho, and the FWC airboat operator, I think his first name was Tim. I don't remember the last name, or I'll get it wrong, and so I'd rather not say it. But he was incredibly knowledgeable, and we had a lot of questions for him. And what I really took away from that is how working together and synchronizing efforts can be so productive. For example, before that lake was scraped, in order for the restoration, the homeowners were notified so that if they had any work that they wanted to do on docks or whatever, that while that lake was under restoration, repair, that they'd have an opportunity. Also, Kissimmee was notified. Osceola County was notified. It was like, while the lake is down, while we're doing this work, if there's any projects that you have that you'd like to do, please do them while you have this window of opportunity. And taking away how people can work together and governments can work together and agencies can work together and make such a big difference like that was really also impressive yesterday. So thank you for whomever made that possible, because that was a great trip. Drew, if it was our staff, thank you. It was a wonderful day, a perfect weather, and a great learning experience. Since our last meeting, I attended a public scoping meeting for Green Heart of the Everglades. Jennifer Reynolds was the lead on that public scoping meeting to facilitate public comment and concerns on the management of that area. I wanted to report to the board that that meeting was very well attended, and it was held at Rookery Bay Environmental Learning Center. There were a lot of questions. The common theme that was raised was the challenge of airboats and kayaks operating at the same time in the waterway, but we've got a lot of time before we finalize what the management plan is going to be, and we're listening to everyone. The public is engaged, and I think we'll be able to move that forward. And Jennifer, you did an outstanding job, and I know the work's still ahead, but that was a great session, so keep up the great work. Reference what Jay mentioned in terms of his comments from last meeting and what Mr. Bergeron's going to mention during the water conditions report. I really want to thank our federal partners from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife for responding to our letter regarding the high water conditions in the Central Everglades. While it was a small step and appreciated, I feel that we need to take a look at the COP process. It's not agile enough to be adaptable in a timely manner for us to be able, as a state agency, to address our water conditions. Now, I know that there are lengthy processes in place in federal agencies and also in state agencies for a reason. But I think that with the expertise that we have at both levels, both the federal level and the state level, when it comes to water management, maybe we can come out from it with some other options. And it's not like somebody wants to destroy the environment, right? We want to do the right thing, and there's a lot of expertise in place, so I think that there's a need for another option in the COP process. Besides deviation and emergency. And I'd like to see us work together to bring that around to reality. Last week, I didn't mention this in my Basin Board report because it wasn't a part of the meeting, but last week we celebrated with a ribbon cutting for the completion of the Cypress 1 structure in the Big Cypress Basin. And that's going to really make a difference. First of all, it's automated, so our folks won't have to run out there and do all the manual changes to the gate. Secondly, that structure was constructed to substantially improve flood protection for a community nearby that has experienced historic street flooding. So that's a part of that structure's purpose, and we're so excited to have that completed. And Lucinay and her entire team were key to keeping us on track with our capital improvement plan, and we continue to march through it. And so I want to thank you for all that support, and that was something that we had a ribbon cutting for, and Drew even came over and joined us. So thank you, Drew, for traveling to the West Coast and being a part of that. And I think lastly, today is the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. It's been 34 years. I remember that day as if it was yesterday, since I was serving in West Berlin during that historic event. And it's incredible that we'd have our meeting on that day. And so I wanted to make you aware of that if you weren't already, and to thank all of the many military members who have served our country over the years on this Veterans Day, and also those who continue to. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Colonel Roman. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very appropriate, Colonel Roman. It was 34 years. I was in elementary school.
You know, you always get that zinger in. You know, I should be more prepared, wasn't it? Yeah. You always get one on me every meeting now. I'm noticing that. I'll have to be more prepared.
I had to drop that. No, I start off with kind of parallel comments I had last night at our great reception at Neo City. Again, I want to thank Sea and Shoreline for sponsoring that. You know, I did not realize that was the Neo City built on the site of a former dairy farm. And with the decision on how to restore that area, and then listening to some of the projects and the restoration work that had gone in parallel with the economic development that the county is doing there. So very appropriate location last night, and I thank again Sea and Shoreline for sponsoring that. Our tour yesterday on East Lake Toho, several of us have referenced it, but you know, it's what I said last night. It was, to me, it was neat to be out on the airboat, to be in the riparian area of riparian, the marshy area, the edge of the lake where all the vegetation is. We'll put the country spin on it. But no, to reflect on the drawdown that we authorized, and we partly helped authorize, and all the partners that made that scraping work happen. To picture that lake being down 4 foot for that scraping event from where it was, to be out there yesterday, to see the vegetation underwater, to see all the way to the floor under the airboat, to see the minnow swimming, to see the little bass swimming. That was a great experience, and it was neat to see the results of that work, and that was stuff that happened while we've been a part of the board. So that was just, to me, that was just neat to see. Reflect on that occurred 2 years ago, and then 13 months ago, that lake was 4 foot higher. And to try to picture in my mind, I didn't get to see where East Lake Toho was during the hurricane event or the storm event, but try to picture where it was up on some of the houses, or just how close it was. I mean, the dock that we launched the airboats from was underwater. That was, and all the work that was done during that time. And I don't think we can give recognition enough to our staff and the Corps of Engineers, our partners, and all the work that they did to help save those 12,000 or 15,000 homes that if East Lake Toho would have topped over, would have flooded all those homes. You know, it was, we go back to the 1947 rain event, flood event, hurricane event, where you had downtown Kissimmee underwater, brought about the CNF system that we know today. And we spent 30 years creating a system that provided flood protection, that allowed this area to be inhabited safely. And now we have spent the next 50 years trying to mesh living in this beautiful area while also preserving it. And we've got a lot more work to do. We've got a lot more challenges. We've got the water supply challenges. I go back to the CFWI challenges of this area, you know, from Kissimmee all the way up to Orlando, Polk County, and we're going to hear about some of the alternative water supply issue or projects that are coming. But, you know, this area, the Upper Floridian, is tapped out. 650 million gallons a day being withdrawn. The aquifer can withstand about 720 million gallons being withdrawn, yet we've permitted for over 1,000 million gallons a day. So we've got our water supply issues. We've got to keep moving forward. And that's my point with all of this, is that we've come a long ways. We've made this area. We survived. I know there were a lot of folks that did get flooded, but it could have been so much worse. But going forward, we have so many more opportunities and so many more things to do up here. We have, with the growth that this area is seeing, we're losing the water recharge areas. George Wheeler, last night, you know, mentioned this is a gravity-fed system, unique to the rest of the operations of the district, where we rely on pumps. But gravity can only get us so far. As that water begins to move faster off of development, we've got stormwater rules that, and I expect our stormwater rules are going to get more stringent as the legislature begins to debate that. But even then, these large rain events, Carolina, I mean, your research that your staff is presenting, we're going to have less rain in the future, but we're going to have larger rain events at one time, more volume at one time. And we've got to be resilient. We've got to keep pushing our infrastructure to be able to handle those situations. And it's going to take partnerships up here. It's not going to be easy. But we've got to continue to find these partnerships like with the Parton Ranch. And I look forward to seeing that one come on, bottom into the Alligator Channel Lakes. Again, to be able to take more water and slow that flow, but also provide more resiliency up here. Nicole, I had put a request in to, I wanted to learn more about the projects up here. And so Nicole put together a good tour a couple weeks ago. And if you hadn't, board members, if you ever need somebody to put something together, reach out to Nicole Masters, regional rep, new regional rep up here. She's short, but she makes up for it in what she can do, and I appreciate that. No, we hit. That was. I'm proud. You're doing excellent. There we go. Okay, I got the thumbs up. Rolling Meadows. We had our team of the month. I got to go tour Rolling Meadows. I didn't realize until Drew, you announced it, that they redid the road. God, that truck, the district truck I was in, I think that's a 2000 model. It needs its shocks redone. I know they did a great job with the road. I'd hate to see that road beforehand. But to go around Rolling Meadows, to see the work that had been done there at the bottom end of Hatchinahaw, and to listen to, we had local staff that have worked on that project, to listen to just how proud they were of that project. Jen Reynolds we were together, and they were invested. They were proud of the work they're doing there, the restoration work, and I just didn't realize that existed up here. We did the Rough Island and Johnson Island, forwarded some ATVs across Dead River. We didn't flood them out, which was good. It kind of concerned me, but staff had a good time fording that river. But we needed the ATVs to be able to get across and tour the Rough Island area. I'd been hit up, asked if we could kind of maybe look at some cattle grazing options there. It's a very unique piece of land that takes on a lot of water. I do think there's opportunities maybe for some months out of the year, get some cattle on there that would help kind of work parallel, and I think staff is kind of working to see if any of those opportunities exist now that restoration work has been done, to see if we can get some more cattle grazing in there. The Gardner Cobb Marsh. I've heard the term, and the term was coined many years ago, Northern Everglades. And I just never, Northern Everglades, okay, I just figured, okay, headwaters. Lake Okeechobee, our chain of lakes up here. But to take the airboat through Gardner Cobb Marsh and the partnership with Ducks Unlimited to restore that, and thank you to Ducks Unlimited, that truly is the Northern Everglades. To ride across that entire marsh, it felt like I was in the Everglades. To have the vegetation up in the air, you can't see past, you're caught out there, but the vastness of it. That whole area between Cypress and Kissimmee, all the way over to Hatchinahaw. If you look at the map, it is a huge area. It's huge wildlife. You got one big transmission line that goes across it that, can mess up with the landscape. Other than that, it feels like you're in the Everglades. And to me, that was my aha moment of, Northern Everglades. Those beautiful things exist. They're all open to the public. If you haven't enjoyed them, I encourage you to get out there and enjoy it, because that's what we're doing. We're preserving those areas. That's part of the reason we're here. Water supply, flood control, but ecosystem restoration. Finally, I do want to recognize Drew, your staff, Lower Kissimmee Basin STA. I think Scott's still here. Scott, thanks for coming down, keeping that on a burner. I look forward to Okeechobee County Commission presenting their things next month. But staff, I know they are continuing to push on EIP to get answers, to answer the questions that have been brought up and address the concerns that have been brought up, if they can be addressed. But I know that continues to work as late as yesterday. So I had some conversations with staff, so it's continuing to move forward there. Also, got to serve on a LOSOM panel at an AIF Water Forum with Dan DeLisi, John Meal, Ernie Barnett, and Tommy Strout. And Drew was there. Drew had presented on the IRL before and had a great presentation, great panel discussion. A lot of legislators there. And I think it was a good opportunity to kind of get in front of them, help to educate our legislators on the issues we're dealing with. And ultimately, when it comes to LOSOM, once we finally get LOSOM in, one loser in LOSOM is the ecology of Lake Okeechobee. And we've got to keep finding projects that help to moderate the levels in Okeechobee. We're working on LOCAR. We referenced the NEPA scoping meeting, and, there's no perfect project. I think I'll just go ahead and lay it. It's on federal record, but my father was one of the ones that was at that NEPA scoping meeting and was kind of outspoken against the project. Part of it, and it's a discussion that I've racked within my family. Being a part of the board here and learning the system, learning the needs, learning what it takes, and learning that ultimately things are going to be a compromise. But it is. We've got to remember that these projects do happen in the backyards of people who have their largest investment in their home. And we've got to make sure that these projects are built correctly to protect those investments. The idea of designing projects engineered to a certain standard for cost effectiveness, I'm just for overbuilding these projects. And not overbuilding in a bad way, but overbuilding to where they're resilient. Again, we have so many unknowns going forward. Carolina, again, I'll reference that data. We don't know what the future holds. We've seen these 17-inch rain events up here. We've seen the rain events in Broward. We've seen the rain events in Palm Beach recently. I encourage us not to hold ourselves to just a 100-year standard or whatever it may be. The public, and hopefully the public can realize that. We've got to be, I understand we've got to be good with people's money, with our tax money, and we've got to spend it correctly. But it's not necessarily cutting to the core there. We've got to be sure we put enough money into these investments. With that, I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Butler. I'd like to thank our friends here in Osceola County for being such incredible hosts and having us here, and I'd like to thank all the elected officials who took the time out of their schedules to come this morning and to talk to us. We really appreciate that. As Mr. Bergeron referenced, this is a really big system running from here down to Key West, which if you really want to torture yourself, you can drive it and see how big it is. It's a long, long way. And one of the reasons we have these road shows, and I know it's a lot of work for staff, and we really appreciate it as board members because we get to meet people who we wouldn't probably meet otherwise, and I think staff gets to meet people maybe they wouldn't meet otherwise. And I think that's important because, as Mr. Butler was just alluding to, things are, we're going to have these incredible events that are just going to keep coming up, and it's nice to know who you're dealing with before you're dealing with them. And we saw that particularly after Ian, so I really appreciate staff and all they did during Ian, working with the folks up here to help with the flooding or help alleviate flooding, which is, your presentation, Drew, was really heartwarming. I mean, it's amazing how hard our staff works. It's not, I'm used to it now. It's not even amazing anymore. It should be, but they're so good, and I expect so much of them, but they keep giving, and I really appreciate that. This is a big system, and we look at it as a system, and we're going to keep managing it as a system. So when people start getting really proprietary, you've got to always remember this is a system, and we're going to keep looking at it that way. You had mentioned that Mr. Collins has retired as of October 15th, and I just wanted to give him a shout out. That gentleman is a consummate professional. I really enjoyed working with him. Florida land ownership and law is incredibly complex, and he probably looked at me like I had three heads when I'd ask him really silly questions, but he was always very kind to me and always answered and knew more about land and the land of the district than anyone, and I really thank Mr. Collins for all his hard work on our behalf, and I will miss him. Mr. Steinle, as far as interest rates go, I totally agree with you, and I don't think you need anything formal from the board. If you do, let me know, but my yes is my response. And as far as what Colonel Roman was talking about regarding COP process, I totally agree with you on that. It really needs to be more flexible and more conditions-based so that we can react, because we're better than that. We shouldn't be tied to a book somewhere, and I thank the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Corps of Engineers for recognizing that and helping work forward on that deviation. So now, that's my comments, and we'll now move forward to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bergeron.
Could I have one more second here? I forgot something, but I would like our staff to check into, and I think I've mentioned this in the past, the available wetland credits and the wetland banks that are currently operating. There is a tremendous shortage of wetland credits to assist development in the right areas. For example, the hole in the donut is kind of a lottery, and you had 333 credits asked for, and out of that, there was only 49. And out of 49 applicants, only 4 got credits. This is kind of a crucial part in the appropriate areas for development that maybe we can check into this, Drew, with the DEP and the Corps in the service area, to where there is available credits, because understand that the credits today in some of these banks are $300,000 a credit. And all of this is a pass-through to future generations and the American dream and affordable house. So I think it's important if we could kind of investigate how that service area could be broadened in order to make sure we don't have a monopoly and that we don't have undue costs that's being transferred to future generations. I think that's important. The other thing I'd like our staff to work strongly with our federal partners, the momentum that we've got in Everglades restoration, the projects that are on the forefront to be built, that we boots on the ground, look at where these projects can be that's in altered areas, and to make sure that we have a policy in the future that projects aren't proposed in a natural environment that's never been touched, God's creation, as we continue to go forward, because this is restoration. So we don't want to, if we got to build an STA or we got to build a reservoir, let's make sure it's in an altered cow pasture, an orange grove, a cane field, not in a natural environment as we proceed forward with our federal partners. I think is extremely important. So thank you again for letting me speak, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. We'll move to item 12, which is the consent agenda item. If any board member wants to move anything to discussion, please let me know. Molly, are there any public comments on consent?
There are none, Mr. Chairman.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? I'm hearing none. We'll call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, if you're there, I think Mr. Martinez said he was going to take a break for a second, so I'll take it as he's not voting, and that passes unanimously. Next, we'll go to the discussion agenda with Ms. Reynolds.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. I have a presentation for you today about release of reservations. And so this is the item, we started this discussion last board meeting, and you asked us to go back and pull together some additional information, and so I'm happy to present that to you today. So let's start out with reminding everyone what a reservation is. A reservation is an actual real estate interest that's included on a property deed. So it's similar to an easement. A reservation is a real estate interest that allows us the right to build a canal or road or a work of the district that's necessary for us to meet our mission associated with flood control. And there are different types of language that might be included in a reservation. They're not all exactly the same. In this case, the properties that we're going to discuss today, the reservation language is the same on the two properties, and it's the broadest language that we generally see. And so it does include the right to build all those types of structures associated with our flood control mission. When we don't have an overlay that tells us, here's all the properties that we have reservations on. How we generally find out that we have a reservation on a property, because many of these are very old, decades and decades old, on old deeds that have changed hands from the state to private owners, maybe changed hands to different private owners or been passed down generationally. Some of the reservations were put in place when there was a foreclosure on a property because they had failed to pay drainage district taxes to our predecessor agency, and then the reservation was put on as an addition to the deed when it was then sold to a new owner, those types of things. So there's a lot of background and history, real estate history associated with reservations. So we don't have an overlay like we do of property ownership that tells us where we have reservations. So often how we find out that we have a reservation on a property that's owned by someone else is when either we are looking to build a project and we're looking to acquire real estate. So we do title search and we find out what's going on with that property, who owns it. We might find out then that we have a reservation. That gives us some rights, maybe to build what we want to build or to be able to negotiate what needs to be done with that property. The other and most common way that we find out we have a reservation is because we receive an application from a private entity to release that reservation. That usually comes to us under the circumstances that that owner wants to either sell the property or develop the property in some way. And either the person that wants to buy it doesn't want to buy it with a cloud on the deed of our reservation, so the owner asks us to release it so that they can sell a clean title, or they want to develop the property. And when they want to develop the property, often the financing entity, the bank that is going to provide funding for them to do those developments, doesn't want there to be a cloud on the title that gives us a right to build something that might make their development, might affect that development. And so those are the two reasons that we generally find out that we have a reservation. So what we do is when we get a release request, an application for a release of reservation, we route that both internally and externally, and our staff takes a look at that and provides our best professional judgment regarding current or apparent future needs, anticipated requirements that we would have to meet our flood protection mission associated with this property. So in this case, we received an application for 2 properties that have reservations on them. One is a smaller property that's about 39 acres, and the other is a slightly larger property, 92 acres. This is in Palm Beach County, and it's located in the Palm Beach County Agricultural Reserve. We'll talk about that in a minute. So we get this reservation request, and we take a look at what's the context of this parcel. So first we take a look at drainage. Where is it? How do these properties drain? Are they immediately associated with any of our structures? Are these our canals? Are they a drainage district canal? What's the drainage context of this property? In this case, the subject properties are surrounded on 3 sides by Lake Worth Drainage District canals, not water management, South Florida Water Management District canals, but Lake Worth Drainage District canals. Those properties are bounded on the north and south by Lake Worth Drainage District canals, and then also on the east side, that's the Turnpike. There's a canal that runs between these properties and the Turnpike. The Boynton Canal, which is this canal up here, is about a mile north. You might recognize that canal because the South Florida Water Management District does have a structure all the way on the east side of that canal at the coast. But the Boynton Canal itself is not our canal. That is also a Lake Worth Drainage District canal. So once we take a look at that, that helps us understand operationally, do we have easement or right-of-way needs in order for us to access our structures, our canals, do maintenance, provide flood protection for this area? So that's one of the things that we look at. Then we take a look at the context. Where is this associated with other lands we own, other opportunities, rules like that that help us understand our associated missions? And this helps us understand, is this property in the footprint of a CERT project, for example? Is it in the footprint of another restoration? Are there county restoration efforts or other agency efforts that might be impacted by this property so that we can have those conversations? In this case, this property is located within the Palm Beach County Ag Reserve. That is the blue outline. This is a planning boundary that is associated with a master plan concept that Palm Beach County put in place in order to balance their development and their agriculture of their county. And it has special rules. All those rules are enforced by the county through their zoning and permitting. And again, we'll talk about that in just a minute. And so we took a look at what are the land uses and are there any things there that would affect our decision. And so you can see here, we just gave you a view of what the different land ownership is in the Ag Reserve. All those sort of light tan, beige areas, those are currently developed areas. The green areas are already preserved or owned by Palm Beach County. Pink is federally owned, and that light blue color are properties that the district owns. The orange areas are areas that have already been zoned for some kind of development approved by Palm Beach County. And then how does this area drain? And why does that matter? One of the areas that we talk a lot about, especially recently, is resiliency. What does it mean for us to create a resilient Florida? How are our projects and our structures making sure that as we look toward the future, that we can still meet our flood control mission? In this area, drainage of the Ag Reserve has 4 basins associated with it. We talked last month a little bit about our flood protection level of service program, and that we have not completed our flood protection level of service program for these basins. But I wanted to explain why that is. It's not because the basins aren't important. It's not because we're not planning on doing it. It's not because it's all of our decisions need to hinge on those studies, but it's because we have to prioritize how we do our flood protection level of service, and we do that by identifying the most vulnerable basins. And there's a study that we participated with the Corps of Engineers and many other governments and entities to produce, and the South Atlantic Coastal Study produced an assessment of what are our most vulnerable basins. These are not among our most vulnerable basins. Areas like Miami-Dade County and Broward County are among our most vulnerable basins, which is why we explored those as our detailed flood protection level of service assessments first. And so these are in the next set, or the less vulnerable set, of flood protection level of service studies. That has a couple of reasons, and you can kind of see that here on this map of why these are not some of our most vulnerable basins. It's for a couple of reasons. The intensity of development isn't as intense in these basins. The elevation is higher, so they just don't flood as readily as areas in Miami-Dade and Broward County. Additionally, there are multiple land uses that allow for resilient development and rules such as the ones that are enacted by Palm Beach County in the Ag Reserve that help balance development and green space. So we get that feedback. We got feedback from the local drainage district. Initially, when we talked to them about releasing these reservations, they said, we don't recommend that you release them. We have some needs associated with those canals and we need to work those out. During the negotiation process and how staff works with an applicant as well as other associated interested parties, negotiations were made with Lake Worth Drainage District. The applicants negotiated with Lake Worth Drainage District to provide additional right-of-way and easements for Lake Worth Drainage District to meet their needs for their mission associated with those canals. We subsequently received a letter from Lake Worth Drainage District that said with those conditions, they were comfortable that their needs would be met. We also looked to Palm Beach County. Were the applicants meeting the needs associated with Palm Beach County? We're not in the business of land use, zoning, or development rules, and so we looked to the county to see if Palm Beach County was satisfied with how the applicant was developing this property, and were their decisions already made by the county associated with this? And so the applicants had provided a briefing to the Planning and Zoning Board of Palm Beach County to ensure that they would be meeting the ag reserve rules associated with these properties that incorporated a balance between development and preservation of green space. Palm Beach County requires conservation easements to be put over those green space areas. And in these properties in particular, within the ag reserve, there are different rules for different types of properties, but in general across the ag reserve, it is a 60-40 split. 60% of the property has to be dedicated to green space, 40% can be developed. That isn't always on site. So as you saw on the map previously, there are areas that are intensely developed, and then there are areas that are green space. In these properties, we would consider these to be closer examples to what we talk about when we talk about resilient developments that incorporate green space and rain gardens and water storage within the development, because in these properties, what the applicant is proposing to do is to develop them in a way that the conservation areas are included in the properties themselves, not separated. And so that creates a more resilient development that is aligned with some of the discussions that we have in our resiliency forums. And so in this case, I do want to be clear that the smaller property, this one here, this is a proposed development for workforce housing. It incorporates 40% of developed area, 60% of preservation area that would have a conservation easement on it. This property is a proposed assisted living center. This property is under slightly different rules in the ag reserve. An assisted living facility is considered an exception to the rules, and instead of a 60-40 split, it's actually a 40-60 split. So 40% of the property has to be preserved for green space and have a conservation easement over it. 60% of it can be developed, and this property also meets those rules set out by Palm Beach County. So when we took a look at this, one of the concerns that staff had is we said, okay, this sounds pretty good. They're meeting Palm Beach County's rules, but we're worried that Palm Beach County might change their mind. And is there something that we can do in our negotiations with the applicant that makes us feel more comfortable about releasing this reservation that would ensure that for these properties that we have a reservation on, that our property interest would be met even if the applicant wanted to change their mind. So let's say they went and wanted to make the parking lot bigger and talked Palm Beach County into allowing them to do that by obtaining an easement on a different parcel. Well, we don't have a property interest in that different parcel, but we do have a property interest in this one, and we would like to make sure that all of that green space is associated with the property interest that we have. And so we have asked, as part of the negotiation with the applicant, to be named as a beneficiary on the conservation easements so that we would have to be consulted and convinced of any change to this plan for the preservation of the lands on these parcels. And so the summary of these reservations include a cash payment, a release value associated with the assessed property value from the property value appraiser's website. That's how we calculate our release values. So a release value of $249,702.57 for the smaller property, a release value of $645,956.04 for the larger property, as well as being listed as a beneficiary to the conservation easements that are required by Palm Beach County, and that the applicants do grant those additional rights of way for Lake Worth Drainage District. That is the proposal that we are bringing to the board that meets all of the assessments and the judgment of the staff of what would make this release be protective still of the district's interests in this property. That's all I have for you,
Great.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much. That was a wonderful overview. We'll go to public comment before we have board discussion.
We'll hear first from Paul O'Keen, followed by Cece Fazio.
I'm not going to speak. Yes,
You wave in favor?
I am in favor. Paul
Your name, sir? Paul O'Keefe.
We'll hear next from Cece Fazio, followed by Jim Knight.
Hi, I'm Cece Fazio. I'm one of the family members that inherited the littler piece of property. And I appreciate you all listening, and sounds like there's no need for the reservation. My comment is just what you all call the cash payment just seems high. I'm not going to be the one paying it, but our developer obviously would pay it. But I understand that fee was raised recently from 1% of the appraised value up to 3%. And I just wonder, I mean, you're getting close to $900,000 for these two pieces. What happens to that money? I know this isn't an open forum, but it just seems like a lot just to release something that's not needed. And if you look at all the property all over Florida, it's probably adds up to millions and millions and billions of dollars. I just think that fee is a bit extravagant. That's all. But I'm glad you're listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fazio. We'll hear next from Jim Knight, followed by Mark Perry.
Jim Knight, I represent both property owners. I'm the actual real estate broker in the transaction. First of all, I wanted to say I've been to hundreds, maybe even thousands of commission meetings and municipality meetings and so forth. I've never seen where so many employees have been around for so long at any city commission, county commission, whatever. So you guys are doing a great job, and the team's doing a great job. Jennifer did a phenomenal job with the presentation and everything else. I appreciate you all considering this item and would greatly appreciate your support following the staff's recommendation. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Next, we'll hear from Mark Perry, followed by Brett Gelsomino.
My name is Mark Perry, and I'm the attorney for the applicants for these reservations. And we'd like to have you please support staff's recommendation. I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you, though. I think you already know this. Your staff's fantastic. We went through a difficult process that we maybe weren't meeting minds at the time when we started, but at the end of the process, we came up with a staff recommendation that we are supporting. Also, the presentation was so good, I have nothing to add to it. Jennifer did a great job. I want to thank Drew, Mary Cruz, and also Jennifer did a fantastic job, and thank her for getting us to this point. If you have any questions, I'm available, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. And we'll hear from Brett Gelsomino.
Good morning, Brett Gelsomino. Thank you all for hearing this matter today and for your service on this board, and also on the eve of Veterans Day, special thanks for all that have served and still do to protect our freedoms. As a native Floridian and an Eagle Scout who was born and raised in your district and grew up camping and enjoying the natural resources, through my interactions with you over the last month, I have learned so much about what you all do to be allies for our precious and threatened natural resources, and I'm extremely thankful for what you do, and also appreciative of the complexities and the balances that you all face with trying to balance often competing and conflicting interests of our lands. I consider myself a good steward of the land, and as staff pointed out in an excellent presentation, I feel like our proposed plan here is thoughtfully configured and addresses these balances. Having 1 acre, 1.5 acres put into preservation for every 1 acre we build on, I feel addresses the needs and concerns of not contributing to the stormwater issues and also allowing to percolate and collect with a lot of pervious space the rainwater back into our aquifers. So I hope that you will support the staff's recommendation to release these reservations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gelsomino. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comments.
Thanks very much, all of you, for your comments. Ms. Fazio, I think you deserve an answer for what happens to the money. I think, Mr. Bartlett, you might be able to address that.
Yeah, so great question, and at the same time, is this not on? I'll use this mic. Great question, and at the same time, we were talking about looking at the valuation of our real estate interest in this context. We also made the policy decision for all those revenues collected that they would be reinvested right back into our public areas that the district maintains, like Dupuy is an example in Palm Beach County, where we will invest those into making sure that the recreational opportunities are sustained and maintained, our boardwalks maintained, our roads maintained, everything within our recreational areas. It's a direct investment back into the people and the opportunities that the district provides.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. So basically, you set up a fund recently for all this reservation money, and it's being used for our lands.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you. So before I open this up to board discussion, I just want to make the point that Ms. Meads brought this up. This was on consent last meeting. Ms. Meads pulled it from consent. I wish she were here. I'm sorry she's not. I do appreciate the fact she brought it up, because I think it allowed us to really look into something that maybe we didn't understand 100%. And I think this last month has been a good chance for us to learn more. And Ms. Reynolds, I'd like to thank you very much for your presentation. And I think that, Drew, as we've discussed, that at some point we should have a workshop or a discussion item in one of the board meetings about these reservation lands. As you said, Jennifer, there's no overlay that we have, but it would be nice to know sort of generally what we have, I mean, as it comes up. And I think it's also good for the development community to understand that these aren't, automatic rubber stamps, that these are something that we're going to take a look at individually. And of course we would, but it's something that, if we think we're going to need it, we may need it. So it would behoove that community to probably talk to us early when they find out that they have a reservation, rather than waiting till later in the process. Mr. Steinle, I'd like to hear from you, because this is in your district.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. So typically, we would defer to, and we do defer to staff on these release of reservations. I think, actually, I appreciate the discussion on this one, because, like you said, it certainly gave me an opportunity to learn more about the specific area and the process. And so, and the qualifiers that we're subject to, which is no current or apparent future use by the district for projects. I think we can continue to rely on staff and defer to staff on those things. We might want to think about, guidance to staff on whether it's over a certain size or if it's in a particularly sensitive area. I mean, I would still think that those conditions would influence the approval or denial, but it might be worthy of a discussion because of that. But listen, in this instance, I think, given the fact that Lake Worth Drainage District obviously has been satisfied, given the fact that it has been permitted by the county, given the fact that this is rather unique in the sense that, as Jennifer said, that the water features and the conservation component is on site, which means that the water features, in this case, I think there are some, are on site. So in a way, they're mitigating a lot of the runoff issues and some of the resiliency factors that we're looking into. That, in combination with the district having a voice on how the future use of that easement could change, if it were at all to change, is really important. So I think that this one in particular, I've enjoyed learning about it, because I think in this particular area, and maybe in others, I don't know, this is a good model for what we want to achieve. Most of the conservation easements in this specific area in the ag reserve are typically off-site. This is unique in that they're not. So I thank you to staff for negotiating some extra safeguards, and thank you to the landowners for being agreeable to them. But I think this has been a good discussion, and I think the outcome has been positive.
Thanks. Anyone else have a comment? Colonel Norman?
Yes, I think in an effort to have full disclosure, I did meet with Brett Gelsomino, the developer for the smaller parcel, and I really appreciate you coming to the West Coast in order for us to meet together and have this discussion. I would like to echo some of Jay's comments in the sense that, our staff has a very difficult job to look at all these reservations and to look at these parcels and to make their best judgment and recommendation to this board. And I got into the details a little bit with the staff on how this process works. And I think that's a good thing to have that discussion, Mr. Chair, in the future. But it's not an actual cookie cutter, process, that's black and white. So there is some judgment, and we have the best staff that you can possibly have for our agency, and so we have to rely on some of their recommendations in our consideration of the decision. And I feel comfortable making the decision to support this resolution. And Mr. Chair, if we need a motion, I'll make it, or
I'm sure we will need a motion. Why don't you go ahead and make a motion?
I'll move to support the staff's resolution on these reservations.
Is there a second?
A second.
Mr. Sinley seconds. Is there further discussion? Mr. Bertrand, you want to talk?
Yeah, looking at this, I think, this was established back in 1999. I think when you look at this 22,000 acres, you have about 13,000 acres in preservation, open space. I think Palm Beach County has evaluated this particular area, the county commission, and feels like this is appropriate. I also believe that us having an interest in this 13,000 acres of preservation, we have a say into the future. And I think this should be approved.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a quick comment?
Vice Chair, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, so I'm very familiar with this area in general. My folks live right in the heart of it. And I think that it's interesting because this particular parcel has become a discussion point, but not really necessarily about this particular parcel perhaps, but maybe more generally about raising an issue that I think is important for a future workshop for discussion. I think that for whatever reason, this particular project, which seems to have a lot of features and now some more conditions that will, really ensure we're in a good position on a go-forward basis, may not necessarily be so much about this particular parcel, but more of a general conversation regarding these reservations, and maybe even a larger issue, not necessarily about kind of the reservations, but do we have a bigger plan on a go-forward basis with respect to Palm Beach County and how we handle that? And I think it's a good opportunity for us to take a look at it and address it. But as I got more familiar with this specific project, I'm very comfortable with where we are moving forward. I plan to vote in favor of it, but I'm also happy that, we're raising issues and seeing issues and capable of having these conversations moving forward. I would definitely welcome a workshop on this and its relation, but on this particular project, I'm in support of it, and so I'm ready to vote when you guys are.
Thanks, Vice Chair Wagner. I think we're ready to vote right now. If there's no further comments, I'll go ahead and call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, if you're back on, I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Item number 24 is the alternative water supply. Stacy.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Paisno, and I am a lead project manager with the Water Supply Bureau. Today, I'm going to give an overview on the DEP Alternative Water Supply FY25 process. And at the end, I'm going to highlight a couple projects as well. So Governor DeSantis signed Executive Order 2306, which continued to request recurring annual funding for alternative water supply development. Since 2019, over $230 million has been approved for water supply development statewide because the governor and the legislature recognize the importance of these projects to protect our natural resources. The governing board earlier this year approved our FY24 list, which we submitted to DEP for funding allocations, and we hope to hear something in the near future. In anticipation of those AWS funds being appropriated, we are releasing our application on December 4th of this year. In January, we'll hold 2 Zoom webinars. The application will close at 4 p.m. on February 26th. Staff will complete a review process in March and April, and next May, I will bring to you the FY25 list for approval. There are 2 different project types under this. The first is alternative water supply, which increases the water supplies through development of non-traditional water sources of storage. Previous projects have included brackish water projects, reclaimed water or recycled water, stormwater, tailwater recovery, and brackish water supply wells. The second is water conservation, and those are projects that use hardware or technology to increase water use efficiency. We have previously funded high-efficiency indoor plumbing retrofits, rebates, auto line flushing devices, irrigation retrofits. We do encourage industrial, commercial, institutional, agricultural water users, as well as homeowner and condominium associations to apply for this funding. As a recap, we've been providing funding for over 2 decades. The Alternative Water Supply Program was established in 1997. And we funded 529 projects for 523 million gallons a day of capacity. That equates to more than the combined CFWI planning area public water supply use. And if you're not familiar, the Central Florida Water Initiative planning area consists of Osceola, Orange, Polk, Seminole, and Southern Lake counties. And the 3 largest water management districts are currently working together to update the 2025 water supply plan. The Water Conservation Program has provided approximately $9 million for 260 projects with an estimated water savings of 13.6 million gallons per day. That is almost double the City of St. Cloud's public water supply use. Of those amounts, the district has approved approximately $47 million for 78 AWS and water conservation projects over the past 4 years. So as part of DEP's funding guidance to the districts, we are to look at projects that provide regional benefits, support an MFL water body if applicable, if it has other benefits such as water quality, flood control. Projects should be shovel-ready, meaning they should be ready to go as soon as they receive word that funding is available, and have undergone some sort of cost-benefit analysis. In addition to the DEP guidance document, the district has other considerations. We, for AWS, we want projects that support our goals and objectives of any approved regional water supply plan, reducing dependence on a traditional source if it supports ocean outfall legislation, reducing discharges of treated wastewater, and resource-limited areas. For new reclaimed water projects, plants, and expansions that include higher levels of water quality treatment, those are considered favorably in this process. Additional water conservation considerations include what is the water source being conserved, the quantity of water, and the cost effectiveness of those projects. Each year, we receive feedback and we tweak our applications to improve and make changes to incorporate anything that will assist our partners in providing us with better information during the review process. Historically, the governing board priorities have considered applicants be within the district or provide benefits to our district. Has to be an AWS or water conservation project. Construction or implementation only. We don't fund any operations and maintenance, pilot projects, permitting, or engineering. So projects supporting a district mission or an approved water supply plan. And we also consider a restricted allocation area. The board a couple years ago approved an eligibility requirement for the local governments to have an approved year-round irrigation ordinance that comports with our rule. And during last November's presentation, the governing board approved a new eligibility requirement that local governments must have a water supply facilities work plan that meets statutory requirements. As a recap, the district has multiple areas with water resource limitations. The district develops our regional water supply plans that identify water source options and strategies to meet a 20-year planning horizon. To integrate water supply planning at the local level, local governments are required to update their water supply plans within 18 months of an approved water supply plan. By updating their local work plans, they demonstrate how they are planning for and developing projects to meet their future water needs. Updating those work plans establishes a firm local linkage with the district's approved regional water supply plan. The reason we brought this to the board for consideration last year, which takes effect this year, is because we had some evidence local governments were not complying with state statute. So now I'm going to switch to highlighting 2 projects that have been funded under this program. The first project that I'm going to discuss is the reclaimed water expansion for the Cape Coral-Fort Myers Interconnect. So this project is known as the Caloosahatchee Connect. The project's going to deliver up to 12 million gallons of reclaimed water from Fort Myers to Cape Coral by reducing discharges to the Caloosahatchee River for purposes including irrigation use, reducing withdrawals from freshwater canals, and helping maintain water levels during the dry season. The project has received multiple grants from the South Florida Water Management District as well as the state of Florida. The agreements for Phase 1 and Phase 2 from South Florida totals approximately $5.3 million. This project is treating water to DEP irrigation water quality standards. In March of this year, Chairman Goss and Executive Director Mr. Bartlett spoke at the Phase 2 subaqueous crossing groundbreaking ceremony, and they highlighted the importance of partnerships and how there's so much momentum right now to safeguard and improve our water resources. So I want to refer to this figure. So Horton Park is right here. The Everest Water Reclamation Facility is right here. So this orange line between these is what they consider Phase 1, which is the overland construction portion, which links from the plant to Horton Park. So Cape Coral is obviously on the left-hand side of the screen and Fort Myers on the other side of the river. So the yellow line is the subaqueous crossing, which is approximately 7,600 linear feet. And there is something that's not shown on here at an off-site location was another part of Phase 1, which was 2 5 million gallon storage tanks and a high service pump station. And there was a ribbon cutting for that portion of the project back in August of 2022. They are finishing those updates to the Everest Water Reclamation Facility right now. They anticipate having a groundbreaking ceremony in January, so we're currently working with the City of Cape Coral to coordinate, making sure Mr. Goss, Mr. Bartlett, and DEP can attend. So a couple photos while the project was going on. The first photo on the left is the overland construction portion that was along between the water reclamation facility and Horton Park from the previous slide. The second is from the subaqueous where they were coming out on the Fort Myers side for the initial drilling. And then the last photo is the booster pump station and the 5 million gallon storage tanks. I do have a small clip, if it'll play. So this is coming from the Horton Park side right here. Oh. So this was the initial drilling. It was all controlled from the Fort Myers side with the technology that was used. And then this is showing the Fort Myers side, and at the very end of here is the fused purple pipe that came out on the Fort Myers side. The second project I'm going to highlight is the Cypress Lake Wellfield project, reverse osmosis facility. So Cypress Lake is a priority Central Florida Water Initiative project. It was identified in both the 2015 and 2020 water supply plans. It will also be included in the 2025 plan. It is a multi-jurisdictional project, Lower Florida and Aquifer project from the Water Cooperative of Central Florida, which includes Toho Water Authority, inclusive of the City of St. Cloud, Orange County Utilities, and Polk County Utilities. Toho is the project administrator for this project. Once constructed, this project will offset freshwater withdrawals from the Upper Florida and Aquifer and minimize adverse impacts to wetlands and springs. The project will ultimately provide 30 million gallons a day of fresh water to meet future and current water needs and ensure a sustainable water source for the planning area. The project includes Lower Florida and Aquifer water supply wells, a reverse osmosis water treatment plant, 2 concentrate disposal wells, and associated monitoring wells. Toho has completed the first concentrate disposal well along Lake Cypress Road in Osceola County. That was completed in May of 2022. They are currently conducting 3 production wells. The project has been supported with multiple grants from the state as well as South Florida Water Management District to approximately $5.6 million. The current estimated phase 1 cost for the current work is $14 million. The ultimate phase 1 construction for the total 30 million capacity is $352 million. Toho did apply for additional FY24 funds to install the next concentrate disposal well, retrofitting 1 production well, and the initial raw water main construction. You approved that project in May of this year. In addition to those improvements being made to interconnections and transmission systems by the Water Cooperative of Central Florida Partners, that's to convey the finished water from this alternative water supply source to their customers. And this was the top photo is the concentrate disposal well number 2 that was under construction back in 2021. And the bottom photo is when it was upon completion in May of 22. Mr. Chair, I will turn it back over to you.
Well, thanks very much for that. There's no action required on this, but if there's any questions or comments, how do we let the municipalities, and I think, didn't you say condominium associations also? How do we let them know that these grants are out there and that they should apply for them?
So we coordinate email blasts that go out. I also make sure that the regional representatives, or I'm not sure what their new name is now, that they also send it to all their elected official contacts. I send it to existing folks that have contracts with us or who have previously applied for funding. And then we advertise the Zoom informational webinars that we hold in January.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Stacy, for your presentation. As the board member with the purple jacket, and that honor will soon be coming to an end, but until then, we're continuing to work on improving plants to incorporate advanced or alternate water supply, and also the reduction of the nutrient level in the reclaimed water that's being produced. Adam Blaylock was in the audience, our Assistant DEP Secretary, and he stepped out, but he certainly was committed to working with us on that from the DEP level. I have a couple of questions concerning the Caloosahatchee Connect. If you could go to slide 11. So this is a brand-new plant, as I understand from you?
The Everest Water Reclamation Facility was actually initially constructed, I think, in 2006 to 2008. It's been expanded several times, but this portion, this is the interconnect between Fort Myers and Cape Coral is brand new.
So, you know, one of the important things is the health of the Caloosahatchee River and protecting that ecosystem, and there's a long pipe that goes across that river, and if it's carrying reclaimed water with a high nutrient load and something happens to that pipe, that could interfere with the health of the Caloosahatchee River. So my question is, are there any safeguards, anything special when you go through a water body with a pipe versus go along land?
Yes, ma'am. I did have I followed up with the engineer for this project at Cape Coral. There is monitoring on both sides of the river in Horton Park as well.
I can't hear you. Just give a minute. Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
There are monitoring stations on both sides of the river, so in Horton Park, as well as over here on the Fort Myers side. There's also cutoff valves on either end of the river. I know on the Cape Coral side, there is deep injection wells, so they can put water if they need to. One of the reasons when they did the investigations for where to install the pipe is that they found the geologic conditions were the most stable to provide the longevity for this project, so nothing would happen to the pipe. They had extensive coordination with the Corps of Engineers, Department of Transportation, and ultimately where this pipe was installed.
So this pipe is underground?
Yes.
So there was a decision made, an engineering decision, to go underground versus to join that bridge and go across?
Correct.
And is it a different type of pipe?
It's purple pipe and it's fused. They had a special machine that would fuse this pipe together. And then it was pulled from the Horton Park location underneath to the Fort Myers side.
So when you talk about shutoff valves at either end, if there was a break in the pipe, the reclaimed water in the pipe itself would be the only thing that would be discharged to the Caloosahatchee?
It shouldn't release into the Caloosahatchee because of the pipe construction, but worst case, I believe that is the case, what's in the pipe, because they would shut it off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that was all reviewed by our smart folks on this application.
Cape Coral did extensive research and coordination with the various agencies before. I think this project originally started like 10 or 12 years ago when they started talking about it and doing the investigations before it ultimately was completed.
Well, a lot of things can change in 10 or 12 years.
I know.
The other thing that has come up in my visits to many of the plants with our water folks, our water supply folks and alternative water supply folks is green infrastructure and how important that can be to improving the nutrient load that's in our reclaimed water. And I've been trying to focus on plants that don't have reclaimed water and that want to introduce it to their systems, which we want. We want people to introduce purple pipes in their systems. And one of the things that is low impact to reduce the nutrients is green infrastructure. And I had a discussion with Stacy and our water supply folks on how to incorporate that. And I would like to see us emphasize green infrastructure. What does that mean? For example, the Loxahatchee River District, they measure their reclaimed water for nutrient levels out from the plant. So at the plant itself, they measure it. Then they run that reclaimed water through a series of retention ponds. Treatment train, you could say, or just natural storage ponds. And then they measure it again at the sprinkler head when they disperse it to customers. And they have reduced the nutrient load in their reclaimed water. So facilities like on our visit to the Immokalee Water and Sewer District that have land and have yet to introduce reclaimed water can do something like a green infrastructure component to reduce the amount of nutrients that are released in their reclaimed water. And that's positive because they're near Lake Trafford and that entire ecosystem. So what I was discussing with our water supply folks, and Stacy and I had this discussion as well, is can we encourage more green infrastructure where the plants have area to do that? And so maybe that's something that we can add as we review applications to encourage that where it's possible to add it. And that would have been nice here to add some green infrastructure so that those nutrient levels going to be used through a new system could have been reduced. And I don't know if they had the land, and I haven't walked it or anything, but that would be an important part of it all.
This area is fairly developed on both sides of the river. Years ago, it wasn't as developed as it is now. So for this one, it probably wouldn't have worked very well. We did take a look after our discussion. We took a look at the guidelines for fiscal year 25 as well as our review process. And this is one of those where it's kind of the other environmental benefits. So we can have them, if they're able to do green infrastructure, they can explain that in their application in the background of their project. A lot of our facilities are in very densely populated areas, so it would be very difficult for them to do green infrastructure, but it is something that we are adding to the review process if they include it.
So I guess Palm Beach County facilities that have incorporated green infrastructure have done so prior to the development, because they're in highly populated areas.
Some of theirs, yes.
Yeah. Well, I think it's something to communicate and to get out there so that we can do it in a passive way to help reduce those nutrients.
And we will, as part of our Zoom webinars, we'll add that to our discussion on alternative water supply.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Great, thanks, Stacy. Okay, we'll move now to the new technical reports. We're moving from AM to FM.
All right, so as you heard, we're going to try something different today, and that starts with us staying here instead of there. Is that better now? Yeah. All right. So, as you heard, Lawrence and I are going to tag team this report. We're going to go by resource area, where I'll provide the water conditions. Lawrence will provide the ecological conditions, and then after each area, I'll pause for a moment and see if any members have a question over that specific area before we move down to the next portion of the system. So at the conclusion, between now and next month, I would welcome any input and feedback that the members have over this style of presentation so that we can improve it as we move forward. So with that, starting off with the rainfall, you can see the month of October was very dry. Only about half as much rain that we typically receive in the month of October actually fell, and there really hasn't been any rain since October 15th. So here, 9 days into November, there hasn't been any rain throughout the Water Management District in November. Although I did get a small spattering of rain at my house yesterday. So with that said, the dry season, which started ironically on October 1st, pretty much mirrors the month of October. So far for this dry season, we are well below half the amount of rain that we typically see during the month of October. So we're sitting at about 45% so far from October 1st until now, or at least on this graphic, November 6th, and what those rainfalls totals look like. Predominantly, it's not really one portion of the district is drier than another. It's pretty widespread throughout the entire water management district. So starting up here in this neck of the woods, where we are today, East Lake Toho there, up in the upper right-hand corner, you can see it had been very nicely following its regulation schedule, rising up till we get up to that winter pool at the top of its schedule with some of those rains back in September. But then soon as October hit, you can see it's sort of flat-lined out and has been relatively stable, and we've ceased moving all water out of East Lake down into West Lake, which is the next graphic below that on the right-hand side. It also has a similar pattern where it just sort of leveled out and it has been pretty constant with that lack of rainfall. Going over towards the left-hand side of the slide, there Lake Kissimmee has a dramatic turn in its stages. That is a result of the continued flows that we have going down the Kissimmee River, trying to maintain the health of that ecosystem. We have been reducing some of those flows over the last couple days. I think as of this morning, we're probably sitting at 1,100 cubic feet per second coming down the river. And then if this continued dry spell extends much further, and I'll talk a little bit about that towards the end of the presentation, then we'll be looking to continue reductions in the flows down the river, such that as conditions progress, we'll look to manage the river flows somewhere between 500 and 1,200 CFS, cubic feet per second, depending on what those conditions and rainfall Mother Nature brings us as we walk into the El Nino that is forecasted for the coming months. So with that, Lawrence?
Thank you. Since we're up here in this part of the district, I wanted to emphasize the importance and significance of the Kissimmee chain of lakes to snail kite and snail kite nesting. It's a deep water refuge for these birds that can travel. If the conditions aren't appropriate in the Everglades or on Lake Okeechobee, you can see in the table over, or the figure over on the right, when the crash was happening in the population between 2007 and 9, you go down to the bar graph below it and you see the predominant nesting area was the Kissimmee chain of lakes. So the Kissimmee plays a critical role for this bird when conditions aren't appropriate throughout the rest of the region. So this one. Yes. Coming down and looking at the Kissimmee River, and John was talking about we're sending about 1,400. We're down to about 11 or 1,000 now. When we're at 1,400, there's a red dashed line that shows that's when we have overbank flow from the river into the floodplain. So we've had an inundation event of about 37 days on the Kissimmee, and we had a large decline in the bottom graph in dissolved oxygen you saw, and that was from the large rain events and the high discharges that were coming down through the river, but that has ameliorated. Looking at where the Kissimmee floodplain is in inundation, at the end of October, so that middle was right after all of that rainfall when the floodplain became generally inundated through the whole of the restoration area. Currently, we have a recession that's going on, and we expect that as we start to decline or reduce discharges.
So with that sort of covers the northern portion of the system, and like I said, I'll pause there to see if any members have any questions about Kissimmee chain of lakes.
I have a question. So on this chart, this is actually perfect because we were talking about Ian and everything. Essentially, one of our biggest projects that we completed, Kissimmee River Restoration, was designed, if I remember correctly, for a 500-year storm. Okay, so we had our 500-year storm, and I'm sure we talked about this, but apologies, since we're sort of looking at what it was like, and there was clearly recession because this was about 2 months a little bit less than 2 months after. Is there any assessment being put together on how the restoration project performed relative to expectation?
Sure, we have a very robust Kissimmee River Restoration Evaluation Program where we look from hydrology through geomorphology, what's going on with bedload transport, how are high events important in creating sandbars down the length of the river. It creates microhabitat within the river. We come up through invertebrates, fishes, birds. So we have a holistic program, and we look at that pretty much monthly with sending crews out, and we put all of that data into the SFER. So Chapter 9 of the SFER covers Kissimmee and its ecological benefits that we see as we progress through the project.
So what about from a flood expectation? Obviously, you had the restored area, which would flood more than the channelized area. From a flood perspective, did it perform as expected, or better, or worse?
I would say it performed as expected. There were some new things we learned along the way, obviously. I think a year ago, when I was really close to where we're sitting today, when we had a board meeting remotely, I made a comment. It was about buying a new car and driving off the lot and going to set a land speed record before you've done any other test drives. So going through that experience, the river saw flows on the order of it had seen in the past, but it reacted differently because of the restoration. We learned some things about the S69 U-shaped weir at the bottom of it and how it influences all the water levels back upstream. So we're trying to take that knowledge, and in some of the grant applications that I think some of the public speakers noted earlier this morning, and how we can retool the system to be able to better address these kinds of events.
Okay, good. No, I mean, it just seemed like incredible timing that we completed the project, hit the storm, and I'm sure there were benefits from a flood control perspective, the downstream benefits. All right, thanks.
Mr. Butler.
And, thinking back to the event a year ago, we had no rain in the local basin. All the rain, every bit of water came from above the restoration. So there's still opportunity to really push the system. But my question, as it relates to lake levels up here, we're seeing this leveling off. Talking El Nino, are we going to get back to regulation schedule, giving the predicted, what you would expect, rainfall for El Nino?
If the El Nino forecast holds true and is indicative of prior El Nino forecasts in this neck of the woods, then yes, it's reasonable to assume that we would get back to regulation schedule, but it's all about what Mother Nature brings us. Later on in the presentation, when I talk about the forecast, there's a front coming down this weekend.
Okay.
It may bring some rain, but not the kind of rains that will bring us back to schedule right away. It'll be those consistent fronts that come down the peninsula of Florida that bring those rains that get you back to schedule.
Okay. I know there are a lot of people already probably looking at Lake Kissimmee, and we're seeing Lake Kissimmee being lower than normal, and nothing we can do about it except it's just Mother Nature, and we've got to have rain to get that back right.
Right.
Okay.
All right, moving on to the next resource area in Lake Okeechobee and the estuaries. So these graphs you're familiar with seeing up in the upper left-hand corner is the typical projection for the LORS 2008, which is the authorized existing regulation schedule for Lake Okeechobee, and what you can reasonably anticipate lake levels being under that regulation schedule. And then over to the right is the new tool that we're still developing for the LOSM schedule, or the anticipated LOSM schedule, when and if it becomes approved as the official regulation schedule, on what you could see for lake levels. In just comparing the two of them really quickly, you can anticipate, just looking at that purple shaded range over on the left-hand side of the LORS schedule, it's generally similar on the lower end as what LOSM would provide. The difference being on the upper end of that shaded purple area and how LOSUM handles those damaging discharges to the estuaries and holds a lot of that water back in Lake Okeechobee. So looking at how water has moved around the system so far in the upper portions to date, since May 1st, you can see inflows into Lake Okeechobee have been about 1.3 million acre feet from all sources. Out on the Caloosahatchee side, there's been just under 1 million acre feet of water has been moved to the Caloosahatchee estuary, with just under 180,000 acre feet of that having originated in Lake Okeechobee and the rest being all basin runoff. Over on the East Coast, coming out of the C44 basin has been just under 9,000 acre feet. That number has not changed from last month, if I recall last month's number correctly. And there has not been any water from Lake Okeechobee delivered through the C44 canal to the St. Lucie estuary. The estuary also received some of those inflows from C23-24 basin at that 147,000 acre feet, and up there around Fort Pierce in the Indian River Lagoon, just under 100,000 acre feet of water. So with that, Lawrence?
Thank you. So where we are in the ecological envelope, we're still above about half a foot, but you see there's that spike in where we were, and we're declining, so that is a good thing. If we follow this trajectory, like John said, we can get back into the ecological envelope maybe in December, and begin a recession off of that moving into the dry season. However, we have just talked about El Nino and what it might bring and how it might impact. Looking at the cyanobloom bacterial distribution and intensity currently on the lake, we are, I would say, officially out of the blue-green algae season. And so you see temperature on the left plays a very big role in bloom formation. That 25 degrees Celsius line, we are well below. So we actually change our monitoring on the lake for blue-green algae. Our expanded monitoring we have during the season is 30 to 32 sites on Lake Okeechobee that we do biweekly. Now we'll be sampling 9 sites monthly. The lake was a very good producer of snail kite productivity this year. You see it had the most nests of any place statewide. And something to note in that top, or the left-hand bar on the top, is that of the 128 nests, over 50% success this year. The higher water level on the lake actually benefits the snail kite. So here's where you have different species that have different requirements that are going to take advantage of conditions, whatever they are, and for snail kites, it was a good year on Lake Okeechobee. Moving over to St. Lucie, and we see that the rains have subsided. If you look at the bottom 2 figures, you've seen that the fresh water that was coming as runoff has diminished, and the salinity gradient has changed a bit. And we are smack in the middle of the good area, good zone for adult oysters within the St. Lucie. Going over to the Caloosahatchee, same sort of scenario. If you follow that top graph and you see the blue, that is releases from the lakes. And if you look at October, right in the middle where that peak is, there was so much basin runoff coming from all that rain that we weren't able to move water out of the lake. But now, as those have diminished, we are actually able to get pretty substantial volumes. We have a pulse schedule that is 2,000 CFS, so it's not damaging, it's beneficial. And we see that the salinity gradient is coming back to a more normal dry season look, as that green in the middle one is going to start moving back up the estuary. And we see that salinity conditions are pretty favorable for adult oysters in the Caloosahatchee. And speaking of oyster conditions and what is happening currently, the recruitment in the St. Lucie at the Rio site, we have another peak in October, and I suspect that's probably going to be the end of the nesting or recruitment productive season for them, but we'll have to wait and see. But that's a good sign. And over on the Caloosahatchee is more of a unimodal kind of production, and so we've hit that peak in August, and we have subsided down from there. So conditions are following their normal reproductive mode in the Caloosahatchee.
All right, so once again, we'll pause and see if any members have questions over the lake or the estuary conditions. All right, moving on. So looking at the southern portion of the system, you'll see a bunch of new information over on the right-hand side of this slide that I'll cover in a moment, but in generally speaking, for the inflows to the conservation areas have been also, ironically, right around that 1.3 million acre feet. The flows down towards Everglades National Park, inclusive of that, some of that return water, is just over 1.1 million acre feet so far this water year. And then the flows off the lower East Coast going to the Intercoastal Waterway and to tide, just over 2 million acre feet. And 1.2 million acre feet of that 2 million acre feet was towards Biscayne Bay down there at the southern portion of the system. So now for all the numbers over there on the side of the slide itself. Last month there was a fair amount of discussion about all of the water that was stacked up in Conservation Area 3A and the Everglades. At that time, I believe all three of the conservation areas were above their schedule. So there was conversations and questions about where did the majority of that water come from. So as I committed to last month, district staff has gone back and broken it all out. So the way this all flows together is if you're looking at the inflow numbers on the right-hand side of the screen, broken out by water conservation areas. So take each one of the stormwater treatment areas, you add up those numbers, that will get you that 998,000 acre feet that is in red in the map in the center of the screen. Then if you add up the three red numbers, the 998 and the 184 and 185, that gets you the 1.3 million acre feet that is in the table in red to the left. So of all of those inflows, the 1.3 million acre feet represents the surface water inflows into the Everglades, into conservation areas 1, 2, and 3. Then going back to the right-hand side of the screen, if you see the rainfall numbers and inches in both acre feet, if you add up all of those acre feet for direct rainfall over each of the conservation areas, that will total the 2.3, just shy of 2.4 million acre feet that is in black on the map in the center of the slide. So in comparing direct inflows versus direct rainfalls, the comparison is 2.3 million acre feet of direct rain on the conservation area with an additional 1.3 million acre feet of surface water inflows for a total of just over 3.7 million acre feet of water stacked up in the conservation areas, which led to where those stages sit today. Mr. Butler, you have a question.
John, that 998, is every bit of that coming from the EAA? What is there a breakout of that?
Yes, there is, and no, it is not all from the Everglades agricultural area. So the way to get to that number, and you're really trying me here, Mr. Butler.
I'm trying you.
So you take the 998, subtract from that the flows at STA 1 East, which is over on the right-hand side, and as well as the flows from STA 5-6. So quick mental math, you're in the 720,000 acre feet range. Yes, Mr. Butler.
I'm having fun here now. We need this.
I don't know who told me how to do that, but we'll talk later. So you're about 720,000 acre feet, I would say, would be attributed to the Everglades agricultural area. So compare that to the overall water, the 3.7 million acre feet. Quick mental math, it's about 19-20% of the water that was in the Everglades came directly from the Everglades agricultural area.
Okay. That helps, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So all of that has led to the graphs that you see here, the various water levels. We've already talked about how the month of October pretty much dried up. So that's why in the upper right-hand corner, You can see Conservation Area 1 was at schedule, but is now fallen well below its schedule and is continuing to recede from just evaporation. The Corps of Engineers has stopped moving all water out of Area 1 into Area 2. Likewise, the Water Management District is no longer moving water out of Area 1 to tide through the Hillsborough Canal. Area 2 is still slightly above schedule, but is coming down nicely. It's in, Lawrence will talk about the ecology here next, but from a water management perspective, it's in a pretty good place. That's a pretty decent recession coming down, such that as it'll sustain water supply for that service area 2, which is Broward County, going in through the rest of the dry season. Area 3, which is the topic of a lot of conversation last month, you can see is in a dramatically different position today than it was a month ago. It's just barely above. When I say barely, it's 2, maybe 3/10, just below 3/10 of a foot above its regulation schedule. It's continuing to come down. At this time, both S12A and S12B structures are closed, along with the 343A and B structures remain closed, continuing to move water out of Conservation Area 3A through the S12C and D structures, as well as the 333 structures going into the L29. So a quick update on all the discussions that occurred last month. At that point in time, the L29 was being managed at 8.5 feet, and there was a request from the Corps of Engineers into the Florida Department of Transportation to remain at that 8.5 feet. As we sit here today, we have not heard officially back from FDOT as to whether or not they will extend that time frame. So having no response, the canal stages were lowered down to 8.3. I understand that DOT is still considering that request in their headquarters up in Tallahassee. So once we get a final determination from DOT, then that will determine the operations for the L29, whether or not it remains at the 8.3 or is moved back up to 8.5. But from a water conditions perspective, as I said, 3A is coming down very nicely and is about to get to regulation schedule. The need for that change would only manifest itself should El Nino rains become excessive as we move forward in time. So that takes us to the deviation request that has been disseminated and was out for public comment by the Corps of Engineers. That public comment period closed this past Monday. So the Corps is now working to finalize that deviation. They're still on track, last I heard, to be able to do that here by the middle of November. They're currently working on addressing comments that were received from Everglades National Park. But we're looking forward to the Corps being able to complete that deviation and be able to have that tool in our basket depending on what El Nino brings us for the coming rains in the coming months. So by way of an updated projection, because the situation is so dramatically different than what it was a month ago, I included this slide to give you a feel for what is reasonable to expect for water levels in Area 3A as we move forward in time, based on the combined operating plan and its subsequent operations. Last month, I believe I stood before you and told you that we probably wouldn't get back to schedule until the end of December. That was before Mother Nature turned off the switch, and it's looking more and more likely that we will be back at schedule by the end of this month, if not next week. But we'll continue to monitor that situation. So from stormwater treatment areas, not much inflows have come from that lack of rainfall. This is also the period of time, and Lawrence will touch on this through his presentations as he talks about the conditions in the STA, that they're sort of going in through a short recovery or rest period coming out of the wet season. With the very dry conditions and the lack of rainfall in the month of October, your staff is currently having discussions on whether or not we need to have the full 2 months for that rest period, or whether or not we can shorten that time frame and by the end of November or the middle of December instead of going all the way through the month of December. And with that, Lawrence?
Thank you. If you look at the figure on the graph on the bottom right-hand side, you see that in the past 2 months that we've come, water levels have declined in the STAs. So it shows that the wet season is over. We are getting more toward the optimal depths that the STAs operate under. And it really goes to show that during the wet season, they operate a majority of the wet season above their preferred water depth. And that's when we talk about the need for recovery. So this is a great example of what water depths are to help promote recovery of the STAs during this period. So we talk about October, November being necessary for them to take a deep breath, you know, and we do a lot of work in the STAs during this period of time. And it's just a great period for the STAs to get back down to their optimal level and to have a breather. Looking at the figure on the top, this is really remarkable. We have STA 1 East, 1 West, 2 and 3, 4, 1919, 15, 12. That is QBEL. QBEL says that we have to exceed in a 5-year period, or in a 5-year period, we cannot exceed 13 more than 3 years. So, but we cannot exceed 19. So in this instance, if we were under compliance, we would have 4 out of the 5 STAs meeting QBEL. The work that we have been doing in there through restoration strategies and the refurbishments really goes to show that if we do this work during that recovery period we're gonna need, we can maintain and sustain these STAs for them to perform extremely well. As you go through each STA, all of them are online except in STA 1 East, the Western Flowway. The top 2 cells had a lot of construction done in them, and they are going in post-construction grow-in, but they expect them to be back online at the end of November. And then for STAs 3, 4, and 5, 6, everything is online. STA 3, 4, the Eastern Flowway, that top A cell, that's the one that we did a lot of work in, so we're really moving slowly to move a lot of water through there, so it's still going through its grow-in period. And you'll notice over in STA 5, 6, in Flowway 6, it's really blue, it's really deep. We're holding additional water in that particular flowway to help hopefully provide some water down to 7 and 8 as we go through the dry season, because those two dry out very quickly. And so we're kind of looking at how might we ameliorate that condition just with some operation changes that can help them sustain their vegetation longer through the dry season. Looking at Biscayne Bay, there's been a lot of inflow into Biscayne Bay, and salinity conditions are in a really good place for that close to the shoreline. Then coming down into the Everglades, you'll notice from the middle graph to the right, graph on the right, as you look at the very top right, Water Conservation Area 1, that has come down. Water Conservation Area 2 has come down. Water Conservation Area 3 has come down. 3B has come down a lot as well. I'm sorry I don't have a pointer to get exactly into where those are. But John showed you the regulation schedules, and water is coming down very well. We still are hydrated within Taylor Slough and within Shark River Slough. Okay, the Alley North wading bird colony, one of the largest wading bird colonies in the world. We see that at March 15, there's an arrow in the middle and there's a flamingo right above it. We like to be at 9.5 feet at March 15, because if you look at the data down in the right graph, when it's 9.5 or above, the colony does well. If it's below there, it does not. Last month, this trajectory was a little better looking than it is now. John has talked about the recession that has happened very rapidly in 3A. So it still looks like we can be successful, but we'll have to watch that as this recession goes through the dry season. And then Tree Island inundation, there's been a lot of discussion about Tree Island inundation recently. We have a really nice graph on the left-hand side that shows of the 371 tree islands that we have known elevation for, you can see the range and how many days they have been inundated from 0 up to 145. Our scientists have a cutoff of about 120 days. We like to see inundation no more than that period of time. You see the majority of, or at least half of the inundated islands that have been longer than 121 are in Area 3B, which has been really wet. And our scientists will also tell you that if you take these tree islands and you categorize them into tree islands that are predominantly dry and then predominantly wet, so you see in the middle where there's a lot of purple, that's a very deep area of the Everglades that has persistently been deep. If down in Shark River Slough, where you see there's the ones that haven't been inundated, if those were in the 91 to 120 days, we would be highly concerned because those are typically dry islands. So the change that has happened in some of the islands that have been predominantly wet, they've already seen a shift in the types of trees and the vegetation that is there and the quality of habitat that they provide. And so there's almost like you want to say very pristine tree islands, and there's tree islands that have gone through change through how we've been operating the system through time. We don't want the pristine ones to go to that level of change that we've seen in the wet islands. And we hope that restoration is going to come back as we go through SERP and take those islands that have been wet and have changed and start to move them back towards the more pristine. So that's the idea of how we're looking at tree islands in the Everglades. And then I'll end with Florida-based salinity. Salinity conditions in the Eastern Bay are within that interquartile range. The Central Bay and the Western Bay has jumped a bit. It's out of its interquartile range. It is the most difficult one for us to affect with water deliveries. But the Eastern and the Central, we think, are in good condition. We're not too concerned about the Western currently, but we'll keep our eye on it as we move forward through the dry season.
So that was the bulk of the system. And again, before going on and wrapping up with the forecast, I'll pause and see if the members have any questions. All right.
I have a lot of questions.
Go ahead.
No. Good presentation, John and Lawrence. I think it's important, and I know my fellow board members have heard some of what I'm going to say, but I think it's important that we're up here in the northern Everglades and different stakeholders, and to be transparent about what we're doing and the leadership of South Florida Water Management with our federal partners, the U.S. Corps, addressing the high water that incurred this year in 2A and 3A north and south. We've been about a foot above schedule for a long time. We are blessed that the rain god is kind of working with us here. And we all know that we haven't had one tropical storm or hurricane. So as we've been working together, our board members and our staff, and Drew, me and you, every 3 months, working with our federal partners, U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Corps and Department of the Interior and the DEP and FWC, down at the Tamiami Trail. And you're looking at 75, 80 miles across. Ridge and sloughs, water moving south. the S12A and B and the 343A and B is so important for water moving south on a condition base. These gates are being shut based upon a time certain, no matter what the conditions are in the Central Everglades. They shut. I want to compliment Colonel Booth, and I want to compliment Larry Williams from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And we've been working on this a long time. John, I think me and you've been working on it since 2007. I was very honored to be the point commissioner for the FWC for a decade, working with South Florida Water Management. We have the Cape Sable sparrow has been documented as being exculpated, which means conditions have changed in regards to shutting gates for a single species that doesn't exist in Zone A. And what happens when you shut those gates, the S12A and B, the 343A and B, you're cutting off, when water's above schedule in the Central Everglades, you're cutting off about 3,000 cubic feet per second that's naturally flowing to Florida Bay, naturally, by gravity. We've come a long way with the leadership of the Corps and the leadership of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, our federal partners, and all of our staff in recognizing that those gates would, instead of time certain, be enclosed under no matter what the conditions are in the Central Everglades, is that we're moving forward with a conditional closure. And that means that if the Central Everglades is above schedule, these gates don't close. And understand, when you look at the science of where water flowed south, 60 to 70% of the water flowed in Shark River, the east side of Shark River Slough, and 30 to 40 flowed through the western part in front of the S12s to Lossman Slough to the 10,000 Islands. So when those gates are shut 9 months out of the year, 100% of the water is being shifted. And that's very unnatural. So I really want to compliment our federal partners, the Corps, Colonel Booth, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, our staff that is working together with FWC, our state sister agency, moving forward on this deviation where we can equalize these water levels with shared adversity and shared impacts through a global system. And I want you to thank Colonel Booth for me with his leadership on this. And I look forward, because this has been going on a long time, that these water moving south is on a condition base. We do have a letter from U.S. Fish and Wildlife that has documented the extirpation of that zone. And I look forward to the day that we're not cutting off natural flow by gravity to Florida Bay with seagrass dying and for the first time ever in the last few years feeding manatees and things of that nature. So it's exciting. The Tamiami Trail is probably, would you say, John, a year and a half to maybe 2 at the most to be completed. And that's when we can implement the second stage of modified water delivery, which will certainly benefit not only the Central Everglades, but Everglades National Park and Florida Bay and the Big Cypress Preserve and Fakahatchee and Picayune and the Panther Refuge. About 4 million acres of equalization with water levels compatible. what happens with these water levels when these deer islands are underwater, which I've been out there, your turtle eggs, your snake eggs, all these things that nest on these islands, they're all destroyed. So we're really, there's some exciting times when we can implement all of this, and I look forward to that very shortly. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Any other comments?
Can I do,
Mr. Steinle?
Sorry, John. Not to make this long, but can you just give us all of us sort of an assessment of where we are? So if the deviation, which is not an emergency deviation, it's a deviation, if that's passed, that would be next week. We would likely, are you seeing a trajectory where we wouldn't have to use that deviation?
Yes, so right now, as I said, the Corps is working to address comments and concerns that were raised by Everglades National Park. Assuming that they can get through those and address the park's concerns with the deviation in a timely manner and stay on that schedule, it ideally would be authorized next week. But given where we are here in the conservation area graphic there on the left-hand side of this slide, it is unlikely that we would need to reopen S12A, S12B, or 333A and B because of the trajectory that the conservation area is on right now, and you're likely to be below schedule before you would need to use the first part of the deviation. So the deviation consists of two things. One, it was that immediate, between now and the end of December, you can reopen the structures. And the comments by Everglades National Park don't deal with that aspect. They were in support of that aspect. The second piece of the deviation has to do with the ability that, depending on El Nino type rains and what that future may hold to the conservation area and driving it back above schedule, be able to reopen any or all of those four structures for a period of 90 days, non-consecutive, but 90 days between January and July 14th. So the Park Service has asked some questions about that to assess its impact on the sparrow, on tree islands, both in 3A and the park, as well as water quality implications of it.
And that second component is on an ongoing basis. We're not just talking about this year.
It would be from January to July 14th, and then on July 15th, the regular COP schedule allows those structures to be open through October 1st. There is another effort, so that's just the deviation that was out for public comment that just closed this week. There is another effort that is the longer term to be able to have that flexibility to move from date-based, calendar-based operations to more of those conditional operations that Mr. Bergeron and all of the other members have talked about. That is still yet to be implemented, and the Corps is working to get through this immediate deviation, this planned deviation right now, and then they'll be following up with that second piece. Now, not to complicate things even further, to Ms. Roman, your comments earlier about the flexibility within COP, that will address a portion of it, but there are other items that the public and all of the agencies will pay attention to in the development of the SEP 1.0, which is the next evolution of the water control plan that will replace COP, that will bring us those benefits that Mr. Bergeron is talking about when DOT finishes the road raising along Tamiami Trail. Hopefully I didn't confuse you too much.
No, it looks like... Let me follow up on Jay's questions here too. If you go back to 1982 when we had the Mercy Kill, then you go to 1994, where just a total massacre of wildlife. Go to 1999. Go to 2007 when Faye came across. Go to 2016 or 17, and the amount of damage and wildlife this will give us where we're not handcuffed, because we have a cumulative backup of water 9 out of every 10 years. We're fortunate. We didn't have a tropical storm. We're fortunate this year. But with what we're working with the Corps, being able to keep these gates open on a condition basis, will minimize these huge impacts. Over 5,000 animals, fur-bearing animals, is estimated over that time frame has drowned in this area. And now we're getting to the point with modified water delivery, and also with a conditional base on the S-12s and the 343s, that we're not handcuffed to minimize these impacts. And we're heading in a very good position. There's been times where 1,500,000 acre-feet cumulative backup in the Central Everglades, and then all of a sudden we open gates. And we're shutting these gates for 9 months out of the year and shifting water away from where it naturally flowed by gravity on top of it. So we're heading in the right direction, and I just want to thank the Corps and U.S. Fish and Wildlife and all of our staff to continue to work forward to we have this where those gates do not shut except on condition basis.
Very well. All right, members, one thing I do need to make you aware of, we've talked a lot about surface water, so groundwater. There is a evolving groundwater issue in where you have heard about it before over there on the lower west coast in the Cape Coral area. District staff has been meeting with the city of Cape Coral to discuss that issue, but there's one of the groundwater wells in that region that did not experience the typical rebound that you would expect during the wet season, and the aquifer did not recharge as much. So as I said, it's an evolving situation, and we'll be bringing more information back to you in the coming weeks on what implications it may have. But it's something to continue to pay attention to and keep an eye on as district staff work through the issue. So for the forecast, we've already touched on it. It's above average rainfall from anticipated El Nino rains. I briefly mentioned that probably this weekend there may be, towards Sunday, Monday timeframe, a front coming down the peninsula that will bring some rain. It's unclear right now as to how far down Florida it will come, whether or not it stalls out up here around Orlando or actually moves closer down to Lake Okeechobee. It is unclear at this point in time, but that's the sort of pattern that you can start to expect as we go through the dry season, of those fronts coming down and bringing with them some rains as the colder air mixes with the warmer air and the leading edge of the front coming down the peninsula. And with that, Lawrence's lovely pictures as always at the end. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
They're not killing each other.
No.
They're playing. Thank you. I appreciate I think joining those together worked really well. Anyone else has feedback, give it to John and Lawrence over the next month, but I think that worked much more efficient, if we're efficient at all. Ms. Heater. Oh, I'm sorry, public. Hang on. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. So the monthly financial report is the last month of the fiscal year 23, so it's through September 30th. It is not an audited financial statement, so there will be adjustments continued to be made through the audit. But what I can report to you today is positive news. We had collected through September 30th, $930.6 million. Comparing September of 2023 to September of 2022, we collected 157 more this year than we did last year. and that's attributed to state revenues. And it's, again, you know, along with all of the discussions that has been taking place over the year of all of the restoration work that is underway with the construction projects. Ad valorem taxes. Ad valorem taxes, we're showing a 99.7% collection. It does show in your statement that there's still $800,000 left to collect. As of last week, we were down to about $300,000. So we collected an additional $500,000 from when these numbers were ran. Another note is that in May, DOR received revenue to distribute to affected taxing authorities to offset reductions in ad valorem. We had 8 counties that submitted the form, a form to us in the amount of $486,000. So we were in return then allowed to submit this to DOR, and we are expecting, you know, to potentially get that $486,000 back, which would then, you know, bring us up to full collection and a little bit over. In intergovernmental, we collected $564 million this year. That's $141 million of additional revenue compared to last year. So on the expenditure side, we've had spent $960 million. That's an average of $80 million a month. We're more trending towards $90 million. I will tell you that through the month of October, the accrual process at the end of every week, we did receivers and accrued them back. Your staff accrued back over $70 million in the month of October. That will show in your financial statements. Some of it is included in this financial statement, but due to timing, there is additional expenditures that is not showing. So over $70 million of work completed through September 30th that was received on in October. That's a substantial amount of funding and money. I want to thank you, Mr. Steinle, and board members for supporting the discussion for future investments of our ad valorem, and we've taken note and we'll be following up. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Heater. Does anyone have any comments or questions? Thanks very much. We'll go now to our final general public comment.
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Great. We'll finish up with board comment. Mr. Bergeron.
Good meeting. Nice to be up here in the northern end of our district, and it's a very beautiful area. I think it's been a great meeting. I want to thank our staff and for being on top of all the issues we deal with day by day. You're the greatest. Thank all my fellow board members. You're the best. It's an honor to sit with you up here. And I think that, and also, long live the Everglades.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle.
No comment other than I hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving with family and friends, and appreciate the opportunity to be up here.
Thanks. Colonel Roman?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Butler.
One last thing. All right. Mike Elfenbein.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
198-pound, 17-foot 2-inch python.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mike. That's one of the largest ones, and I hope he's listening. If you hadn't seen the pictures, that is, you know, for such an invasive species, that is an impressive beast. And there's still those big ones out there. So everybody keep it up. Let's get those things.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Vice Chair Wagner. You're still with us? If not, all right. I just want to say thanks very much again to Osceola County. I also want to say in recognition of Nation's Veterans Day, those who served our country, the district is observing Veterans Day tomorrow. I'd also like to extend a special appreciation, thanks to Colonel Roman and to everyone who served on our staff in the armed services. I want to thank the staff here in Osceola County for allowing us to use these facilities and for all their help in making this such a great meeting. Also, thanks to our governing board team, our external affairs team, our communications team for putting this meeting together. I know it's a lot of work, and we really appreciate it. You all make it seamless for us, and we appreciate that. I also want to thank William Moore, Edwin Rentas, Danny Garcia, and Donnie Saunders from the St. Cloud Field Station for their assistance in setting things up for today's meeting. We can't hold these types of meetings without all our teamwork from our staff throughout the district, and we appreciate that. We're going to be back in West Palm for our December board meeting, and I wish everyone a really happy Thanksgiving. We're adjourned.
Conference recording stopped.
This one?